So, man,
I'm about to run to my mother house right quick.
all right.
Give her this kitty.
All
I
right.
don't know what somebody
Did
said.
I
Great.
did I pay you for Friday?
Who?
Did I pay you?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure. I can't remember. Track.
You want to do the intro? It look like we live.
You need my call? You gonna use Mika Jump? You need my call? You gonna use Mika Jump?
We are live here on the Nature Sports Network. Y'all know what it is, man. ETA Row here in the building. Workhorse
Word,
Wednesday, man. Y'all know
roll.
what it do, man.
Workhorse Wednesday, baby.
Got the building. Yeah, full house tonight. So I'm gonna swing it around, let the guys introduce themselves, and we gonna get right into it. You know, big news today. Training camp started. Y'all know what it do. So let's swing it around.
Uptown Video. Y'all already know who it is. Live and direct, 10-year veteran in the podcasting space for the Workhorse Wednesday Nature Show. Whichever one you want to take it as. We on Mondays, we on Wednesdays, and anytime there's something important in the DMV, in the Sporting News Network, even on the political side at times, we are here to represent. That is what
Yes,
So,
sir.
Point B, multi-year vet. You know what I mean? You could say decade, you could say 8, you could say 9, whatever you want to say. We live here on the Nature Network for Workhorse Wednesdays. I'm so glad to be here with you guys. We got a lot to talk about. So I want y'all to subscribe to the channel. You know what I mean? Subscribe and tune in. And we're going to give y'all the best news possible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You already know it's your boy Big Son, aka Say It Like It Is, aka we gonna do this tonight. Anywho, you already know 10 years in, been an analyst, been doing this thing covering the sports, so we're gonna give it to y'all rough, raw, and rugged. Workhorse style.
Workhorse.
Yes, sir. Workhorse. We here,
Y'all
baby.
know, y'all know what it is, man. Workhorse Wednesday. So, hey, training camp. We're gonna get right into it, man. We got training camp, which is up right now. Today was the first day of training camp. We got interviews coming here, interviews Terry McClure, Jonathan Allen, interviews. And we're gonna go over the training camp schedule with you for all the Washingtonians out there and everybody Maryland, Virginia, the DC area. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if y'all want to shoot out the training camp, we got that good information here for you on everything that goes on with that situation. You know what I'm saying? But first, before we even start that, I'm gonna swing it around to the guys. What do y'all, before we get into anything, what would you like to see out of this training camp? Swing it around.
Me first and foremost, being as though we're gonna be in a joint practice with the Dolphins, I want to see how our defense is going to fare up against them because we got torched by them last year by Tyreek Hill mainly, and at times Waddle. So I want to see what this new defense that we have out there and a quarterback at the middle linebacker helm. I want to see what we're going to do and how we're going to look. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing Johnny. Johnny's back. So I
Yeah,
want to see what he looks like out there. That's what I'm looking forward to.
all right.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so I could jump in right here. What I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, the joint practices. We have two of them. We have one with the Jets and one with the Dolphins. So seeing us against Aaron Rodgers in practice is going to be very important. Seeing that defense. Uh, Also, I would love to see how we come together as a team in these next couple weeks. Preseason's coming up, so I want to see us gel together. I want to see the guys flying around in practice because the way that you practice is the way that you play. So I would love to see us develop and gel together as a team, offense, defense, special teams, coaches, it all up and down the board.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What you got, Vito? You, All right, I'll go
Where
next.
we going
Okay.
with? I got cut off a little bit. Want to go where we would like to see for this season?
You know, for
Yeah,
the
for the
preseason, yeah.
preseason.
Say it one more time.
For the
What we
preseason.
looking forward to seeing in the preseason and the training camp.
Is the hype around Jay and Daniels for real? How does the new coaching staff gel together? Are they able to work together? Again, we know what Dan Quinn and we know what our defensive back coach is able to do together. Okay. Want to see what the other guys are able to do as a staff. I am more interested, especially to see what goes on with special teams. We have not picked up a kicker outside of the guy that was in the UFL last season. Um,
Yeah.
Even though we have a very good special teams coach, that is a very important position in the NFL, regardless of pay scale. A lot of games are won and lost by special teams or by a field goal. So preseason, I'd love to see what that looks like. There's a new kickoff and return procedure that will be used this season. So I want to see if we can actually use that to our benefit to change what our past special teams has looked like. Even though we've had a couple of seasons where we've had a couple of players that have done well occasionally, I'd like to see some more improvement there. And to see if the team is prepared. Like I want to see that excitement from the videos from the all season, from the mini camps and stuff like that. I want to see that same excitement brought to the field. And that's it.
What you got, Ro?
Can you hear me? Can you?
Yeah, we hear you now.
All right. No, I actually agree. I actually agree with pretty much everything Vito said in regards to the special teams. But I'm gonna add in regards to the special teams and all the things Vito said. But I'm gonna add to that. I'm gonna add a little something to that. I'm in the most thing I'm interested in seeing in this preseason is the offensive line. Because last preseason, the offensive line struggled mightily, especially when you go back and listen to our games. The offensive line struggled mightily. And it happened in preseason first. And so I'm interested to see if they corrected that. I'll have a lot of confidence in this group if they corrected that, because I know that that was a general problem. If they corrected that, then this team is a good measuring stick as to whether this team has really improved or not. So I'll take that first. Second, defense. See, in the special teams, yeah, you're not running a whole bunch of stuff. I agree. But you get to see if these guys are tackling well, if they're where they're supposed to be. Is there holes in the defense? How fast are they getting to the ball? How does the pass rush look without Young and Sweat? That's something else I'm going to be very interested, have a strong eye on, is with Young and Sweat being missing. Last year, they struggled. It was no pressure almost. It was almost no pressure after Sweat and Young left the building. So I want to see how that defensive line looks in the midst of that. I want to see how that defensive line looks in the midst of that. So that's just the general things I want to see out of the training camp. And I'll be, and Jaden Daniels. I don't want to forget that. I'm going to be definitely, seeing what we can see. If they hide him all preseason, I can't be mad at that either. If they hide him and we don't know what they're going to do and they save it for the regular season, I can't be mad at that either. But if they do show something, I want to see what he looks like. I'm very interested to seeing that. So those are my top things that I'll be looking for in the training camp and preseason. So with that being said, what we're gonna do now is get Vito back in. What we're gonna do now is we are going to go over that preseason schedule, and what it looks like for the fans and for everybody else who wants to see the team this year. Within the preseason, hey, go. Normally, I would say don't go nowhere, and I'm gonna keep my stance. I think I'm gonna keep my general stance until we get to actually see something, right? And so let's pull this up right quick. All right, there we go. We got the training camp pulled up. I think I'm gonna keep my stance until we actually see something, which is don't spend until they win. So I'm gonna say don't go out there. You need to see them win first. I'm gonna keep my stance. We need to see them win first.
Don't
Before
spend
we
on
go
what?
all out here spending all this money, making it look good. Huh?
Yes. No, I totally agree. I'll let you finish first.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta know that y'all ain't playing games.
Yeah.
We gotta know that y'all ain't playing games. We gotta know that. We gotta
So
know that.
I was asked
So
today by a fan if we should give up that second round pick for Brandon Ayuk, and that was my sentiments exactly. I literally said that I think we need to see what we have first. I said that
yeah,
if that Brandon Ayuk trade is interesting, I say you do that during the season. If you're gonna have to give them the money, see whether you're a team, see if you're a wide receiver away from making a big play or making a big splash on the playoffs or towards the postseason. I wouldn't do it right now because you literally have to guarantee that guy money because I don't, me personally, I don't believe that that person is going to leave the situation that they're in right now and not get an extension
I
once
got a
they
question.
come.
I got a question, V. Not to cut you off. You talked about the second round pick. Would you trade a second round pick and De'Ami Brown if they would accept that for a Brandon Ayuk?
No, that's what I was getting to with the person I was speaking to. I wouldn't do that unless it was during the season and about week 6 or after week 6. The reason for that is because Brandon Ayuk is going to, the minimum for wide receivers right now is about 28.6, 28.4 million. So let's essentially just round it up to $30 million. All right. Terry McLaurin's got 2 years left on his contract, and let's just assume that based on Kingsbury's play calling that he's going to have a good year this year. If you bring in Ayuk, let's say that Ayuk has a really good year, but let's just say that Dotson and McCaffrey have a good year too. So let's say that Brandon Ayuk gets Curtis Samuel numbers. You know what I'm saying? Let's say he gets Curtis Samuel's numbers. Are you willing to pay $30 million and you don't have a fully developed line that you're absolutely in love with? If you have other positions that we need to be catered to, I don't think that wide receiver is the only position that we have to deal with right now. And with with this year's draft that we just had, having probably 10 to 15 wide receivers that I really think are going to be good in this league. Now, whether they're number ones and everything like that, that's to, be seen. But I think we have about 15 wide receivers that was in this draft that are really good. And I don't think that the wide receiver position is going to get any worse as we go on. So what do you, and I just gave him this scenario. What do you look at when you go a season from now and you have a $30 million wide receiver that you got to get? And let's just say that Ayuk has a good year, but your team doesn't have a good year. You're literally putting yourself in a position to have to pay out to a player who had success. And if your team didn't have success, you're now drafting a player that you possibly could be picking at the same position. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't cost you any money. So, I mean, I just think you need to see what you have first before you go out and make that play. I think Rose said it on one of the shows we had before. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just mirroring that or echoing that. It's just to say that we're not a wide receiver away from a championship when we had the worst defense or one of the worst defenses, when we had one of the worst offensive lines. Even if Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels have had success or have had chemistry together, let's not forget that this is when he was at Arizona State. This is his first year playing football, maybe his second year. He didn't become a Heisman Trophy winner until he was at LSU. Did Brandon Ayuk make it from where he was to where he is now? Yes. Is he good? Yes. I'll even say that. But the chemistry the growth from this quarterback hasn't just come from having chemistry with one player. He's literally done it with most of the players that he's played with. So I'm looking at Dotson and McLaurin to have some faith in the fact that they're going to find the chemistry
with him first before adding someone that's already played. And that also could throw your locker room off as well. You know what I'm saying? And you've done so well during the offseason with that. And I don't think that McLaurin would argue getting someone like an Ayuk in there to help out with that wide receiver room. But I also don't think that McLaurin shied away from being the man for the team as well.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something else though. That's to me, that's a move that you make like when you want to play away, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because it could throw you into debt first and foremost. You know, and just throw the balance of your salary.
What you're trying to build, yeah. What you're trying to build, you absolutely don't know. And if you don't reach the goal that you're trying to build for, you're gonna get fired, and you're gonna leave the team in a bad situation even after you get fired. Like the firing of you is not gonna just be the worst part; it's gonna be the part that you fire them and you leaving the next coach, whoever comes in debt, so they don't have a lot to work with.
It'll set your team back. It'll set your team back.
I was saying that about Carolina. That's why Carolina had to get rid of Louisville and Shin. It's not that they weren't good players for them, but they were the example that I just gave about IU. What if two players or a player has a great season? Louisville just had a great season with the Panthers. His growth since he's been there has been similar to what I used to say about Antonio Pierce with us. But he had a great season last year. I think only behind Bobby Wagner for tackles, if I'm not mistaken. And if not, in the top 3 in tackles. And Shin had a great year as far as playing multiple positions and having success in it, but they only had 2 wins.
Right.
They were, remember I told you they were selling seats for 45 to 50 cents for a game. You can't even afford to pay the players that are good for you now because your team's not making any money. They have to literally build their entire team from the draft probably over the next 3 seasons if they don't get wins.
Yeah.
Or they're going to have to threaten to move the team. Like, you can't just keep losing. It's not the WNBA. The NFL don't work like that.
Yeah, you really drive your team real crazy.
Hey, V.
Yes.
Hey, V, I got a question. If, let's say, if somebody like TJ Stroud last year had a Brandon Ayuk, do you think they could have done better in the playoffs?
No.
No. Yeah, I think they went as far as they can go.
I think that they're not luck. I don't want to say that. He had too many great games, and he had a whole complete season for me to sit here and say that that was luck. But I will say that he just went up against a contender that has more experience. They just met their match per se. You know what I'm saying? More than anything, in my opinion. I don't think he did anything wrong in that game to like jeopardize them from winning. I just think it was more so meeting your match. You weren't good. You weren't built to beat that team yet. If they had an IU, does that help them at all? I won't say no. I won't say no at all. But at the same time, I also don't think that Brandon Ayuk is in the conversation of top 5, maybe even top 10 wide receivers right now. Is he good? Yes. I won't say that he's not a good wide receiver. He is consistent. He's also a developing wide receiver. But there's obviously an argument of, let's be honest, is he better than Deebo Samuels?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I'm having that argument, then I'm still saying the same thing that I was saying about McLaurin. Until McLaurin has a consistent quarterback or can get a coordinator that consistency look for him, his numbers are that of a number 1 receiver, but he's on the closer end to a top number 2. That's a stretch of disrespect in what I know he means to our team, but I'm just giving a realistic overall view of what number 1 receivers do in today's game. So even if we pick Brandon Ayuk, I'm just asking to any fan, do you want to give up $30 million to a number 2 option when your team still needs other pieces to really solidify that you're a threat to win a championship? I just think it's too early for Peters and those guys to risk that unless you know, and it's the NFL. You can't know. I just don't think that any of us are just that certain or just got that much luck to know that if we pick up Brandon Ayuk, everything turns into a championship from here on out. That's just the quarterback and the receiver having chemistry. We can go back to the Derek Carr and the Devontae Adams experiment, and that worked for those 2, but the team didn't have any success.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, and like I said, we talk about a Heisman quarterback who, if you're, the transfer portal is in the NCAA now. We're not talking about people that got to be forced into staying at this one team. You were able to go somewhere else and play, you know what I'm saying, in college, and you didn't go with your days with LSU, or you weren't good enough to make it with LSU. No, I take that back. I do take that back. I think you got drafted before Daniels played either of those last 2 seasons. So he was in the NFL. So we can't say that they could have went to play for him because you were already leaving out of school. So again, you were a mature wide receiver playing with a freshman or a sophomore quarterback, and you had maybe your best year, or maybe what helped send you to the pros. And if I am that excited about going to Jaden Daniels, who's a rookie, maybe as a Redskin fan, I get excited, and maybe even though we shouldn't let some of that get to us, but maybe I should be more excited that Brandon Ayuk wants to leave a Brock Purdy who's representing the team in the Super Bowl for a rookie who hasn't played an NFL snap. That's got to be a little interesting in itself.
Yeah,
True too.
I agree with that.
That's true.
I just now said that. This is my first time saying that. I had not thought of that before that, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, hey, wait a minute. Brock Purdy had one of the better 49er seasons, even though I talk big trash about him. Every time I talk trash about him in the playoffs, he proved me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what I thought about him. And don't get me wrong, some of the things that I felt were what helped the Chiefs beat them. But at the same time, Brock Purdy showed his tail off. And he played a really good game. He didn't play a game that helped him lose.
Played well in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yes, he did. Yes, he did. So to me, for Ayuk to not necessarily want to leave the 49ers, and maybe some of that's just a little bait. But I don't think that you hook up with a quarterback and ask him to go into your team contract meeting. Like, things like that are just a little bit, over the top. And again, like I said, these things now make me look at it and say, hey, wait a minute. What's about this kid that makes you want to join him, and you have a NFL coach? But you got an NFL quarterback who's already taken you to the Super Bowl, and they're trying to get all of the team. Even if the contracts aren't working right, like, you think about what you're able to build. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I know with Jerry Rice and Joe Montana, even if the 49ers weren't necessarily, and the NFL didn't pay as much as they do nowadays back then, but even if the 49ers weren't offering Jerry Rice the top money, I don't think Jerry Rice would have wanted to lose the connection that he had with the quarterback and with the coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, those things will be worked out, even if we can't get it right. And I don't remember hearing anything like that. But even for John Taylor, for a number 2 wide receiver, you don't decide to say that, hey, I've had one of my best years, and Jerry's getting more looks than me. I think I want to leave. So go play with who?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, to go play with who?
And came with us for the money.
Yeah, but see, I get that, but for me as a wide receiver, you've been playing with Kyle Shanahan. To be honest, is one of the more brilliant minds in the NFL today, and he's created a system for you to be successful in. What would you say?
Alvin Harper had North during the Super Bowl years. Ain't that equivalent?
What you said? North? Who had North?
Alvin Harper. Remember, Alvin Harper died and came with us. Remember, we gave him all that money.
Well, I wouldn't say Ayuk is Alvin Harper only because Alvin Harper had more years with the Cowboys first.
And he had rings. He got 2 rings.
He had already completed the mission. So it's like, all right, I feel like y'all not giving me the money. Or I feel like the Redskins will give me the money based on my resume.
Can I speak on that for a second? Sure. I don't know what happened with Alvin Harper, dog. He was a beast with Dallas. I'm not going to lie. And he got here, and we didn't see none of that.
He just stole the money.
I don't know what happened. I mean, what happened then?
I gotta go back. Stole the money more so than we didn't have Troy Aikman. Remember what I was just saying about John Taylor and Joe Montana? If there's a certain chemistry that they got, that if I go somewhere else, it's not about the money. Yes, I like to get paid more money, but what I'm building here with this, like once Joe Montana left left the 49ers, John Taylor retired.
Nah, Taylor. I don't think Taylor was a part of those. Taylor wasn't a part of the. Taylor left. You might be right. I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you might be though.
Because remember, that's why Joe Montana left, because he was like, yeah, I think Steve Young gonna be able to do it. Oh, all right. And John Taylor was like, hey, the Chiefs don't want me.
They honestly, they did. I mean, they did Montana dirty. A lot of people say. I think that 5th Super Bowl. I think if Montana is still with the 49ers, I know Steve Young won it, but I think if Montana was still with the 49ers, I do think that they would have won another Super Bowl with Seifert, even though Dan Reeves ended up going to Denver.
Well, you remember Joe had that back injury against who hit him? Carl Banks, or was that Lawrence Taylor?
Well, Shanahan went to
playoffs?
Denver. All right, Dan Reeves went to Denver. Then Shanahan went to Denver. Matter of fact. But go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just saying why San Francisco was contemplating on picking Montana back up. I was saying after that injury, I was like in the playoff game when he got hit and messed his back up.
Right.
Against the Giants.
Right. Yeah, so let's go over the training camp schedule and see exactly what's going on with that. It just says right here, Redskins off-season program. They said they're excited to keep the momentum building in a couple weeks at one of their favorite times during the year. Training camp. All right, general admission tickets 2024 are sold out. They are sold out, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. General admissions are sold out. Oh my goodness. But you can visit this page as well as Commander's app for our social channels to stay up to date on all things Commanders/Redskins. I know I don't use that throughout training camp, right? So they are sold out, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot any aftermarket sales somewhere for them. So I just say search around, man, buy some tickets off somebody if you can.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? That is.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah, it's practice, right?
Practice.
Young.
We're talking about practice.
Young, sold out. Know before you go. For people who have tickets, this is for people who have tickets. Parking will be available in the gray lot on site at the Ortho, Virginia training camp at the Redskins Park, Commanders Park, if that's what you want to call it, whatever. I call it Redskins Park. You must have a parking pass to park on site. If you claim tickets as a part of the Gold Member Early Access, parking will be added to your account by July 21st. If you claim tickets at any time after June 20th, please claim a parking pass while you're claiming your tickets. Buses from Dulles Town Center will not be available this year. Will not be the buses from Dulles. Let me say that again, people. Buses from Dulles Town Center will not be available this year. Please plan a carpool if possible due to limited parking spaces on site. I don't know how I feel about this, guys. We might have to discuss this goddamn go parking.
Well, hold on.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give y'all a key. The train now goes out there to Dulles. Dulles is nowhere but 15 to 20 minutes away from there. Go on out to Dulles, catch your train, and get your Uber on out that thing if you really want to go. It ain't that far.
You got to get. It should be a shuttle. I think it should be a shuttle. They telling people to carpool. They don't even have no parking. Yeah, you could go and get it. You said catch an Uber. Who want to catch an Uber? I ain't come here to catch no Ubers. I paid for my time. I want to come drive my car.
No.
Or I want to get the shuttle, like we've been doing.
It's gonna be no shuttle. It's too many people. It's too many people.
Is this
Those shuttles be running nonstop. The people don't pay that much.
Buses from Dulles Town Center was always available to get you the drink. Now all of a sudden, Hurst got the team. It ain't available no more. Let's go into population. Do y'all think this is a Josh Hurst move? Let's send it around.
Bro, you gotta think about how many people was really at the joints last year. It wasn't filled up like that.
It's sold out right now. So to me, being as though
it wasn't sold.
You should have accommodated the fans a little bit better. What y'all think about this though? Let's swing it around the room. What y'all got on this? I don't like it. I'm
It's
gonna tell
not
you
about
right
the
now.
fans, bro.
They
It's
put
not
them
about the
damn
fans.
buses out there.
It's about business.
We
It's
got to
about
find out
business.
how much Josh Hurts got to do with Dallas Townsend.
See? Y'all was 4-13. Y'all was 4-13 last year. 4-13. Y'all better do something extra to keep us engaged. Shit.
They did.
They
They did. They
did.
picked
My
Jay
bad,
Daniels.
Vito. Go ahead, Vito. My bad.
No. I said they did. They picked Jay Daniels. We are engaged. We are all engaged.
No, I'm just telling you. Because even
So I'm gonna say this. In a way, I do agree with Ro as far as I think that there should have been some form of transportation, especially if these are your like core fans. You want to treat your fans good, and so I will say I agree with you on that sense. Do I think it's such a big deal? Probably not. You know what I mean? Theoretically, I don't think it's a big deal, but would you have liked to have it? Maybe, yeah.
Guess what? There are no shuttles from the metro station by the Redskin Stadium to Redskin Stadium.
That's fucked up. That's messed
No,
up
no.
too.
What I'm saying is that
That's up too.
fans from Virginia have religiously came to games on Sunday and walked from the subway station.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's the shuttles. I don't, and this is just my opinion. I'd have to do some research, but I do not believe that the shuttles are the responsibility of the football team. Do I think that Josh Hurts could have tried to pay Dulles Town Center to have shuttles available? I
Yeah.
do think that that's possible. I think that big
Yeah.
money could have some big money talks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the same token, I think that do you expect as Josh Hurts for this to be sold out when it's not usually sold out?
No, but you know that this team got some new life.
No. That's not what
You
I
do.
asked. That's that.
No, I said no. I said no. I asked you
I'm about to say when I worked at the airport, my man was a manager. I store that I worked for had a what do you call that? The jumps on Windows, but nonetheless, it had access. It had access set up so that you can look at what they made last year, the year that we were in, and what they were projected to make. So I'm just saying that if you look at your paperwork and you see that for let's say 4 or 5 years, you know what I'm saying? Even with Chase and Chase being from this area, it didn't sell out. You did have a few of them that did sell out, but it wasn't where you could not find tickets anywhere. This is like when Lonzo Ball got drafted to the Lakers. It was the biggest thing to happen there at that time. Do you anticipate that? Yes, if you are the Buss family and you've been owning this team for several years. Not when you're Josh and you're coming from basketball and this is your first year taking it over. Now, guess what? I'm going to even go with Ro and say that he is definitely right that they probably should have accommodated the fans, but you're taking on the debt and the record of a previous tenured team. Was he the owner during that 4-13 season? Yes, he can't take that away. But was this his team? You know how a lot of the times, just how we were just talking about, was that Joe Montana's ring with Steve Young, or was that Bill Parcells? I mean, was that Jimmy Johnson team that what was his name? With the Cowboys after that, after he was done.
Oh, Barry Switzer.
Switzer. Switzer. Was that his ring, or was that Jimmy Johnson who built that entire team for all of those years? And Switzer just took over. Switzer didn't win anything after he left that.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So
listen to what I'm saying. This is my logic with it too. We already not getting a new stadium, right? We ain't getting that.
Not yet.
Not yet. They ain't messing with us on that. You're not changing.
It's not right now. We gonna get it, just not yet.
Okay, you're not changing the name back right now. You said we, squash that noise. We
getting rid of Jason Wright.
You know what I'm saying? We did get rid of Jason Wright. You're right. I can applaud that part. But
something
still,
you definitely said. You said we should have got rid of him too. You asked why was he
still
still on
the staff. Yeah, he had no business on that joint.
They listening. They trying to listen. They trying to listen.
Right. So I'm just saying, if we ain't getting no new stadium, right? We ain't getting no new name, nothing. Well, our name, we still got some of the bad commanders' name. You got to give us something. This could have been a little something, a shadow from. I mean, come on, it won't fit. That's all I'm saying. Is that come on, give us something. Give us some.
I don't think the commute's that bad. I think that a lot of people are
That's
going to
from,
have parking. I
I
think there's going to be
promise you,
parking
it's not
available.
that bad. It's not.
What I will say is that even though they said to have your parking passes and all of that, what I don't think people are going to account for, and I'm glad you did say something, Rose, so that we can, speak directly to the people that are going to have a chance to go. Catch an Uber from the subway station. Drive your car to the subway station and just catch an Uber from Dover Town Center. Or if you know the area, and I'm gonna hip you to something, go to what's that? Negri not Negril, Nori chicken. Go to that joint or go to start with a P, the breakfast joint. I don't know why I can't think of this right now. They be having bagels and stuff like that. But y'all know what I'm talking about. They sell bagels, they got breakfast stuff, start with a P. I don't know why I can't remember right now. But nonetheless, those two places have parking. If you go in there and buy something, you can park right there. It's a lot closer. You probably don't even got to catch an Uber, just got to cross the highway. But you can go to Dover Town Center, catch an Uber, and maybe like 13 to 15, maybe $16 if they're charging via because the practice is going on. The reason why I'm saying this is because this is going to be a media heavy training camp, meaning that they're going to be parking, but most of that parking is going to be taken up by media. So if you are not early, meaning an hour earlier than practice is scheduled for, maybe two, because that is the schedule for media. Media is going to be there 2 or 3 hours before players because they have to set up. If you don't go at that time, catch an Uber because you're probably not going to get parking.
Right. But another
That's
thing
what I was just telling y'all. Catch an Uber. You know what I'm saying? Because the train goes all the way. My father lived out that way. It's easy from the station. You know, even if you drive and park, or if you catch the train and hop off that jump, catch an Uber, it's easy. I'm telling you.
Right. Okay. So, but that's what I think. Another reason why I feel like they should have provided it because y'all the ones that got limited parking space. Y'all got limited parking space. That's
Yeah,
y'all.
but
Like, y'all need to figure that out.
the shuttle is going to create more traffic if it's going back and forth, especially with all that media traffic and stuff going out. I mean, being out that jump.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. What if the scenario is the same next year? Is this a problem?
Nah. You can change training camps, like where your training camps is held at.
Right.
And if you are, first of all, if you have a good season and you draft well again next year, you're very likely to have a sold out training camp again.
That's
I
true.
think at that time that you consider it depends on how your season goes. And like I said, if the season goes well, let's go with what your notion is about Josh Hurst. If the season goes well, profits will come in. Profits coming in means that you can now have a idea of where you would like to practice at, or if you need to move the practice for the guys. If it was so sold out or so busy, do you need to have the guys where they go like Dallas and go to a whole nother state? Like, those conversations can be had. But when you're 4-13 and when you're not going to the playoffs, you're religiously 6-10 or 6-11. Like, it's just not conversations that you really want to have right now. The revenue that they're generating from all of these things go to what you were saying. They have to win. I'm not saying they got to win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that they got to win their first playoff game, but you have to have a winning record. If you don't have a winning record, remember, the only thing I said that gives you an excuse to this is a severe injury in a at a position or at multiple positions that you're dominating in during the year.
Right.
Other than that, you can't make all of these profits and be a losing team. The fan base isn't gonna. We've seen all of this before. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying that them selling out the training camp. It's the excitement. It's football season. Football is one of the most exciting sports, probably the most exciting sport in the country. All right, and if it's not the most exciting one, when the season comes around, you can't point me to another sport that people care more about.
Right.
You know what I mean? So with that said, you got to understand that the excitement built around this building, built around the team right now, built around the staff, around the players, around the draft pick, it's very high. And even if as a veteran fan, I can say maybe I don't want to buy into it all the way. There are so many things to attach yourself to like about the new regime compared to what we've had to go through over the last, let's just say 3 years. Just the last 3 seasons have been hard to deal with. You know what I'm saying? We were begging to get rid of Scott Turner for a long time. We got rid of him, got Bieniemy, and we're excited for 2 weeks, and then that failed. Like, we've been dying for some type of hope in the building. We talked about that, me and you, Ro, when we were talking about the fans not coming, like not going into the games, literally going to the game, showing up for tailgating, going into the little lounge areas, but not going into the seats. Like that, I don't think is going to happen right now with the way that the regime is at least handling itself and carrying itself right now. So it's good, but like I said, I think we all want to see something that makes us, buy into it.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels different. It feels like that we're actually, uh, when you put in work on something so long that you've uh, had your hand on it and had your eye on it and know you can fix it. It just feels like not I'm saying it is. It just feels like they're fixing the problem. They're putting their eye on the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The eye store. That's what it feels like. And for a long time, I was losing faith that they either had that- well, what team can I say that like just gave up for a long time and didn't do anything? I don't know.
Oh, the Browns.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, think about how the Browns felt when they got Baker Mayfield. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
like the Browns fan base had been through 20 quarterbacks, literally 21, if I'm not mistaken, 20 to 21 quarterbacks. Year after year, they drafting. Year after year, drafting. Every single one of them failed. And then you get Baker Mayfield, and even though he didn't have the greatest first year, you could see potential. You could just see that, okay, it's a reason to at least think that we can be, be in a game. And then when you realize that, okay, Baker Mayfield's not the greatest quarterback, but he gives us a shot. And then you start picking up other players, and you say, "Oh my, Miles Garrett is a beast, and we can build a defense around this." They start getting cornerbacks and just other things. And like I said, when you can just depend on the quarterback position not having to change, yes, you would love for something better to come along. But if that quarterback's getting you 7, 8 wins, you gotta feel like, okay, maybe it's some other things that we have to do as a staff or as a team to help that guy get better or help build around what he can do. And like I said, the aura and the era changes from just being a sucky team to you can't win to, oh snap, they just won the division. Like, does anybody remember that they won? They well, excuse me, they didn't win a division, but they were a couple of games from winning the division this year, and that's just not something you expect from the Browns at all. You know what I'm saying? But a quarterback, which they were trying to get for so long, changed the dynamic of the building. They got the quarterback, then they got Nick Chubb. Before they had Nick Chubb, they had somebody else. I think he went to Duke. But nonetheless, when they got Nick Chubb, again, you just started seeing things start to build and the quality of the team to start to get better. They don't have to have 12, 13 wins every season. Maybe because it's not my team, I don't care about it that much. But I'm just saying they technically don't have to have that many wins anymore for their fan base to be proud of at least representing the team. They know what their team used to be. They know what their team had to go through to come back. Okay, now we tired of just coming to the games because it's a team in Cleveland. Let's win. Let's try to get a playoff win. Let's try to, Let's try to give our fans some W's on a week in, week out. Let's get 2 wins in a row. Something that they hadn't done for a long time. Detroit, one of my favorite teams last year. Like what that team went through for 11 seasons for being the only team in NFL history to not win a game in a whole season. And that's just crazy that it's a league full of professionals and they didn't win a game. You know what I'm saying? But for
And
them
that's
to turn their franchise completely around to being a threat to possibly going to the Super Bowl last year is an amazing thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it took a lot of different things, but Matthew Stafford leaving was I mean, Matthew Stafford being there wasn't ever their problem. They had a quarterback, they just didn't have anything else. They didn't have a defense almost ever. Like even since Burry, they almost just never had a defense at any point in time. they've had splash players or franchise players at offensive positions or at defensive positions, but they never had it all together. This coaching staff and them having Jared Goff, like they were able to put some things together to, again, make the fan base proud that they're out there. I just want to see that for my team. I'm just kind of disappointed in 20 years of hoping and wishing. So I'm with you on that and wanting to have some more for the fans. But I also look at it like, hey, look, this team has been bad. And not because they've wanted to be bad, but hey, there's a lot of factors that go into why a team isn't good. I've done what I could to hire coaches, hire staff, put players in position to be able to work to say, okay, you deserve to be here. This is what you have to do. This is what you got to beat out to show that you're willing or that you want to stay here in this new regime. I think that shuttle buses is the last thing to worry about at the moment. If they sold out, they want to be there. You know what I mean? Those fans want to be there just as much as you need to look at it as an owner and say, maybe we do need to have shuttles for those guys. But let's, like I said, let some of my other investments work for me right now, which is my staff and the players that I've invested to. Hope these guys can get some W's and turn this thing around so that we can get some shuttle buses for my man, Ro.
Yeah, let's get these shuttle buses on. All right, well, let's keep it moving. So that's the parking situation. I mean, we're gonna go into detail. Y'all know how we do with the Nature Sports Podcast, man. We ain't pulling no punches. If y'all must go parking, even if we even parking, we gonna say something about it. You know what I'm talking about? You know, photos/video recording rules. Capture of photos or shooting of video, including on cell phone, is not permitted during portions of the team's training camp. 7-on-7s. 11-on-11 special teams and installs. A member of the Washington Redskins staff will inform you when portions of the practice which photos are permissible have concluded. Additionally, the use of the video camera is not permitted in general. If this policy is violated, you will be asked to leave and may not be permitted to return to training camp for the remaining of the open practices. What's the over-under on how many people gonna get banned? What's the over-under? I say 20. I think 20 people gonna get banned.
I don't trust that type of stuff because the technology that we have right now.
Oh, I'm gonna go 5.
They can put cameras everywhere.
I'm gonna go 5.
You say they can put cameras everywhere?
Yeah, so it's like, you can stop the guy that's, got his phone out or whatever, but what about the guy who got a camera on his button? You know what I'm saying? Or some wild stuff like that.
You think he gonna get caught? You think they gonna catch him?
Nah, he ain't getting caught. He don't see no camera on his button.
I mean, somebody may need to sit. I mean, because the camera it still has a certain look to it. And you can feel if a nigga got a camera, you can feel it looking at you and shit. Even if you don't know it, you can't see the trick. You can feel something looking at you that ain't supposed. You know what I'm saying? You ever notice when we hit camera choice, the people be knowing for real that somebody is looking at them. You know what I'm saying? They just be moving a little funny.
I'm gonna say nobody. I'm gonna say that the fans are gonna be actually excited to be there, and I don't think they're gonna mess up their chance to go to any more training camp practices and nothing like that. Maybe the last day, people gonna go ham.
That's a good day though. That's smart though, Vito. That's a good day.
I ain't mean to give people no heads up to it, but like, I mean, what can you ban me? I mean, unless doing that bans me from coming to a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on what they're threatening, you know what I'm saying, to lose. But if it's just the practices and stuff, I'm gonna do it on the last day.
Yeah.
Or I might do it when the team is there because it's gonna be too many cameras on the field. Like, but at the same time, like Big Son said, it's first of all, I know how Daniel Snyder was. I didn't work there, but I had people that worked there, and there's cameras everywhere. Like, even when you don't think that there's cameras everywhere. So if he's anything like Daniel was, it's going to be cameras everywhere. And like I said, the media is going to be out there so heavy that they may even have some of them doing it.
I don't got him going for it. I got him catching the nigga. If I see my man, if I see you with a camera, you coming up out of here.
Oh, no, I'm with you.
That's what I got. That's how I got them going. I got them being real petty with it.
So you got 20 people.
That's why I said I got 20. Because sometimes a person will get banned because of how they were approached when they were asked to put the camera away. So I think you'll have
I don't even think he's gonna be putting the camera away. I think he's gonna be trying to get at one of the players, get too close to one of the players, and some wild stuff like that.
Nah, that don't usually happen. That's what I'm saying. The camera thing really seems realistic. Like that seems like something that you're gonna get boofed out. Like somebody gonna realize pull their camera out, think they slick.
Right. We trying to get something.
I don't know, man.
And not to mention that somebody beside you not gonna want to take that beef. Somebody not about to get put out. Everybody about to point their finger directly at the person that got the camera out.
Bruh, this thing is sold out. People gonna be drunk at that joint. This is sold out.
That's true.
I haven't. Yeah, they might. I guess they sell drink at that joint. I haven't been there.
That's true. But that's what I'm saying.
People gonna be twisted. People gonna be twisted in that joke.
Doing the 7-on-7s. It's gonna be somebody who pulled the camera out when they know ain't nobody going. It's gonna be one foolio.
No, it's too many podcasters nowadays. Somebody's gonna pull the camera out.
Somebody's gonna pull the camera out.
Somebody is not gonna be pressed. Somebody gonna not be pressed to go to the other practices just to have a clip so that they can try to go viral.
Yeah. It's gonna be some people. That's why I said the over under for me is 20.
My over under gonna be 5. I don't got more than 5 people being set example. But 5 people. Once that example set out, and once they go the way that they go, I don't think nobody else gonna mess around.
Will there be any fights?
That's what I'm about to say. It depends on whether it's gonna be fights. If it's fights, I got 30. If it's fights, I got 30.
So I'm gonna say 5 or less because today was really good. I've heard via a rack of different sources, and there's only media video. I don't have any other video other than media related video to today's training camp. So maybe they got it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they got it on lock.
I don't think it's gonna be fights only because it's good energy, right? It's good energy right now. So I think that everybody's really gonna go there with a lot of good energy. However, it's gonna be you got a lot of private clubs up there, and a lot of private people come to investors and all of that. Up in those circles, it's gonna be at least 5 fights that they had. I can see that.
No, I see players fighting before fans fight. I said I don't see no fans fighting. I see players fighting.
I do.
I can see the fans fighting.
Say they're gonna be drunk. They're gonna be drunk. Somebody girl was dead that ain't got no business dead. Somebody
but they all Redskin fans. That's what I'm saying. Like Redskin fans, at least at the stadium, Redskin fans don't be fighting other Redskins.
Yeah, they do. I've seen some fights.
No, I've seen some Redskin fans get into it with other Redskin fans, but it's more so other fans of other teams that we be getting into it with.
It might be Pittsburgh. You might be right, but it's been some fighters up in FedEx. In my opinion, I mean, I don't know, and I'm gonna try to pull some up on YouTube. We're doing the research as we speak. Have there been fights up in FedEx or FedEx fights? If we find a couple, I think a couple of them are floating on YouTube though. But we about to find out. We're gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? As we talking. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's been FedEx was wild for a minute, man. You know, it's still wild. That's why
I've seen scuffles. I've seen scuffles, especially at the Eagles joints. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I've seen some joints.
I mean,
Falcons, seen a couple of joints.
And let me say this: I don't think it's going to be necessarily over football. That's why I was saying somebody's girl going to be there when they ain't got no business. Somebody going to be on a date or something. It's going to be
personal. It'd be people. The one I saw with dudes up drunk, belligerent, screaming while the game was going on behind people. You know what I'm saying? They had some chill out, and chill out. They got the rumbling. These Redskin fans.
Okay. Now we have a couple of them. We have quite a bit. What are you saying? We have quite a bit. FedEx is quite the place. I mean, oh my goodness. Nah, we have quite a bit. I'm just saying. One fan says Ravens fan assaulted in viral FedEx brawl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this man knocked out. Oh my goodness. Let's show
Yeah,
it.
That was last year.
that's
That was
it.
last year. The
It's other
preseason joint.
teams. It's other teams, bro.
There was a Redskin fan doing the whooping though. I'm gonna
Oh
be
no,
honest.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll be having it, bro. We be talking
Yeah.
big smack, but we be backing it up. That's why I don't want to go
mean,
to no other stadium in no other state, because man, I'm gonna get whooped. I ain't gonna hold you. I be talking trash, but they gonna have to jump me in that joke, bro.
You hear me, bro? He go a ham.
Bruh. I went to the Eagles game, the Eagles Redskin game, man. Oh my goodness, bro. Those fans up there is not right, bro. You almost got in the whole assault.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Cardinals game. Speaking to our Shamari Stone, he's an Alex.
Go back. Let's
The man
go back.
seen on a viral video being punched in the face during yesterday's Commanders-Cardinals game. Speaking to our Shamari Stone, he's in Alexandria with that interview.
Oh man.
Good evening. Right now, Martino Ancora is here at Inova Alexandria Hospital, suffering from injuries he says he received during that brawl. Now, he has cuts on his arms, on his hands, and stitches on his face by his beard. Now, he says that he is actually the victim in this case and not the suspect, but Prince George's County Police disagree. In fact, they arrested and charged him with trespassing, disorderly conduct, and second-degree assault for what happened after the video was shot. They say that what you saw in the video is not related to his arrest. He says these other charges stem from what happened with his interaction with police after the video stopped recording. I want to warn you, this video is disturbing and violent. Let's roll it. The viral video showing 33-year-old Martino Ancora in a black Ravens jersey getting punched 6 times in the head. A guy appears to be holding Ancora's arms back as the man wearing a poncho over a Commander's jersey repeatedly hit Ancora in the face. You can see a security guard in the yellow shirt standing right there while this is all going on. After being hit, Ancora appears to stumble up the stadium stairs. You're now going to hear from him first on Fox 5. What led up to you being...
You got whooped. You got whooped. That's what. That's it. That's it. We don't need to hear nothing else. But now, I'm just saying that's an example. So, what's the over under? Knowing that it be fights. What's the over under on the fights? Y'all got it. Does it change the opinions of the over unders on the fights?
I'm gonna say it changes a little bit, but I'm only going up 2, so about 7.
All right.
Now, if other fans are there, oh man, yeah, my numbers will
That's
be
what I was about to
high.
say, fellas. Y'all forget there's gonna be other fans that's there. It ain't gonna be just Skins and Commander fans there. It's gonna be other fans there, local too. Ravens. So the jersey just got had on. He got whooped, right?
Right.
Might be a couple of Giants, because a lot of these kids go to school down here in this area. They're fans.
I mean, that was pretty embarrassing, to be honest. That was pretty embarrassing. Whoever.
They just want to see Jaden Daniels, so they gonna come.
You know, and hopefully that's a lesson to everybody listening. So maybe it won't be that many fights because they gonna watch the show and say, "Hey, man, look, you won't have me knocked out in the stands while somebody just."
World star.
That we scared them straight. Hopefully we scared them straight. Hopefully we scared him straight because dude got whooped. I ain't lying. That's a scared straight video right there, boy.
You don't want to get caught on the Twitterverse on that one.
Yeah,
my goodness, boy.
That was pretty vicious, boy. Weather practices will be rain or shine unless in the instance of severe weather. Instances of severe weather may create an unsafe environment for guests. This may result in fans not being permitted to watch practice. Alerts, updates, and schedule changes will be communicated as soon as possible. So it don't matter, rain or shine. If it ain't no thunder, they're going to be out there, in other words. Let's move it on along. Team store. You got the team store right there. You got it at training camp. There will be a team store. Players autographs following each practice. Redskins players and coaches may stop to sign autographs for fans. Autographs are not guaranteed and are up to the discretion of the player or the coach. So don't be out there throwing hissy fits if them people don't want to give you no autograph. They don't owe you nothing. Food and beverage. Behind the training camp bleachers will be the Pepsi Zero Sugar Refreshment Zone with the food and drink available for purchase. You have to buy the food and drink. Let's keep it moving. Practices dates are subject to change without notice, especially in the event of inclement weather. Fans are encouraged to download the Red Commanders mobile app for up-to-the-minute information. Complimentary water is available at the water station located on your left at the bottom of the hill upon entrance. Please bring a reusable water bottle. Take advantage of the water station. Training camp dates, July 28th, sold out. Sunday, back together weekend. Parking lots open at 7:30 a.m. Gates open at 8 o'clock a.m. Practices start at 9 a.m. July 29th, Salute Day, Monday, sold out. Again, parking lots open at 7 a.m. Gates open at 8 a.m. Practices start at 9 a.m. July 30th, it does not have a sold out sign on here. So I don't know what they talking about. All of them are sold out. Why don't this one have a sold out sign up here, July 30th? So y'all might can get some ticket. Okay, so that's not a practice. It's season ticket member business network. So that's not a practice. So that's why it's not sold out. Answer my own question. Parking lot open up at 7 a.m. Gates open up at 8. Practice starts at 9. That is a practice actually, because if you are, and it has an asterisk right here. If you are part of the season ticket member business network, check your email on how to claim your ticket. So yes, this is not for everybody. This is for the business network only. August 1st, season ticket member ultra. 7:30 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Gates open, 7:30 parking lots open, 9 o'clock the practice starts. Again, it says if you are a part of a season ticket member, ultra membership type. Check your email for how to claim your ticket. You have to be an ultra member, season ticket holder in order to get that. General admissions, August 2nd. Parking lots open up at 7 a.m. Gates open up at 8. Practice starts at 9. So practice seems to start every day at 9 o'clock. It's seeming like. August 4th, also sold out Kids Day. Same times for the practice in the open gates. 7:30, 8, and 9 practice starts. August 6th, sold out. Tuesday, August 6th. Same times for the practice schedule, and that will conclude training camp. So all the dates, how to get your tickets, which are sold out. Free tickets will be available at SeatGate at 11 a.m. Thursday, June 20th. That's why. Okay, so that was 4 days ago. Fans will be able to claim a max of 6 tickets for 1 day of training camp. I wish I knew. Are any of the tickets free? Yes. SeatGate. How many total tickets can I claim? Up to 6 for 1 day. Do children need tickets for training camp? Your number of tickets claimed must include children of all ages. Can I attend multiple days of training camp? There will be a limited number of tickets available to fans due to the capacity restricted at Ortho, Virginia training camp at Commanders Park. Therefore, you can claim your tickets at the gate. Okay, so this is all FAQs. We went through a couple of them for you. After hearing that, seeing the schedule, what do you guys think about this year's training camp?
Man, I think it's cool.
Realistically, we can't expect too much out of training camp. You know, the more they do for the fans, and all of that I like. You know, but this being Josh's first year, real first year with the training camp, like real, you know, had the team the whole year type of thing. I think they wanted to keep it light. You know, I think that they're going to see stuff that they could do during training camp, and they're going to implement it next year and, you know, build on it a little bit. But this is the first training camp. There's not much we can really argue or complain about.
I agree. I agree. What y'all got? Anybody else got something on the training camp overview?
Nah, man, you know, so far so good.
Okay. So today obviously was the first day of training camp. No, this is Thursday. So what? Yeah, today was the first day, if I ain't mistaken. Was the day the first day? Today was the first day.
Well, Wednesday technically is 12 o'clock.
Okay, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday was the first day of training camp. So what we're going to do is we're going to now get some of these interviews in here after the training camp, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Allen being a few of them, and see what they had to say about how the day went and what was going down. Man, that was a brutal beating. The guy took messing around with one of those Redskin fans. I mean, that was pretty bad. Shout out to everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast. We're going to have up first Adam Peters, head coach. And Adam Peters and Dan Quinn together speaking to the media. We'll get that up in a second. Shout out to Dan Quinn, man. Backwards hat. You know how he do. In every interview, he consistent. He consistent, baby. That's what we want here, some consistency. All right, let's get Quinn up. Let's get Quinn. Quinn and Peters. Y'all like the combination. Y'all think it's working. Let's see what they got for the interview today.
All right, what's up, everybody? Sometimes at the beginning of training camp, I like to think to the end of it and then try to look backwards. How do we get things done that we want to get done? You know, you create a map to go back from there. So there are so many things that I'm looking forward to. But to sum it up, this camp will be challenging, it'll be demanding, and it's also going to be fun as hell. And this is where we start, you know, writing the chapter of what this 2024 Commander team will be about. So having fun and working really hard, those two things should be synonymous. And so being here alongside with AP, hell yeah. So with that, I'll turn it over to AP, and then we'll open it up to questions for you guys.
Yeah, not much to add. You hit it on the head there, DQ, but just really want to thank really this community, our fans. They've embraced us really, really well. They've embraced our families. We couldn't feel more welcome, and we really couldn't be more excited. We're pumped about this group, about this year, and fired up to get started. It came fast, and I can't wait to get out there on the grass tomorrow. So with that, go ahead and fire away.
All right, John Keim, ESPN for Dan. What is the plan for Jaden as far as working with, you know, how you talk about competition? What's that going to look like? Is he going to rotate? Is he going to work with the ones? How's that going to look?
Yeah, and I that's a good question, John, because it's probably leading to Jaden starting and when is that happening. So this is a great time to discuss it. And I want you to know it's not a secret, but it is a journey and a process. And so as we're going, when he's ready, we'll know. And when he's ready, he'll also know. But as far as the reps go, obviously with him and Marcus and moving around, there'll be certain days that will feature more of another. But like I said, I'm glad that you brought it up, and certainly not a secret. It's a journey and a process. And so through practices, through scrimmages and preseason games, all the way down, that's where the journey will take us. And then I'm not trying to hold back the info, but when we know, we'll say it.
And then for both of you guys have been around in the game a while. And so you worked with Russell when he was younger, at least you've been with young quarterbacks. What have you learned from those situations that you can apply to help Jaden's development?
So I think it's one size doesn't fit all. And you want to make sure for not just at quarterback, but at any position, And they'll, development doesn't just continue to go straight up. There's some days it goes good, days not, and you keep pushing to go. So I think the biggest process, why I like training camp, sometimes I work from what I'm hoping to see, and then we start working back from there. So going through the offense, having an off season, do that helps a lot. But more importantly, the connection, the chemistry with the players, and really identifying the things that they do best, and then trying to build around that.
I think you nailed it there, but just our my experience with the young quarterbacks too. Like DQ said, it's not one size fits all, and I think everybody can see when that's happening, when they're ready. That the team knows, the coaches know. So you don't want to fast track it, you don't want to slow it down. You just want to let it happen naturally. And I know these guys are going to be great in doing that. So.
Ben Standig with The Athletic. For both of you, this is the time of year where people ask predictions. Well, how is this team going to finish? Things like that. I won't ask for records, but for you guys, what counts as a successful season this year?
I think number one, we want to start off and make sure like our identity and who we are and how we play, that has to come along strong, Ben. And that part, if you get that first and get that right, that's when a lot of the success will follow. But you can't, put the record before you have the identity and who you are. And so I'm hopeful that when you and our fans and families see us play, they see that identity coming to life, the speed, the physicality, the winning football in the most critical moments. Those are all the things that are going to make up our identity. And we've got to use this time to start establishing that in the very best of ways.
Yeah, we've both at our press conference when we first started, right? That was the thing we both said is you're going to see how we play. You're going to feel how we play. And that's the first thing. And how fast or slow that goes is so many different things that are variables and all that. But I can tell you that you're going to see a great effort team, a competitive team playing fast and physical. And we've seen that out there all spring and excited to see it here in camp.
I think it probably goes back also to Adam and the staff to what it was from the players that we were trying to bring in through free agency and the draft. And so that also is a part of the identity. And so knowing that it's meshing together through scouting, through coaching, through the players, that's, where the success will come.
And also the staff got filled out a bit more since we spoke to you last. Brandon Sosna, Dave Gardy came in there somewhere, among others. Just curious if you could just kind of lay out, Adam, what went to bringing in some of these people, and how do you kind of view the group right now?
Yeah, first of all, you mentioned two great additions, and there's a lot more than that. But Josh really tasked us with creating a great front office, a great football operation, and so he gave us the latitude to go out there and get the best out there. And so we were able to do that, and we're proud of the people that we brought in. It's been incredible since they've been in here, the additions they've made, and really taken. We're
Are we having some technical difficulties?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know what's going on. But while we are, I'll say this. The way that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn work together, the way that they bounce off of each other, man, I think that is a very impressive thing. It seems like those guys like working with each other, like working around each other. And that's a very important thing. That's like super important to figure out,
Nah, for sure.
Yeah, and maybe that was Roe. We having a little issues with Roe. Maybe that's really what it is. But we still on. We still live, of course, on the Nature Network. So I do have a question. What is the biggest thing that you feel that we haven't worked on that we do need to work on, especially in this off season? I mean, especially in this training camp, that you just haven't seen us really attack, that maybe last year might have been a problem, or the year before, or something like that. Hello?
Say it one more time, brother.
Oh, I was saying, what is the issue that you seen that you don't feel like we have worked on yet that you would like to see us address, basically?
That kicker. the special teams, like that's what I'm saying. Like I haven't seen what he's able to do, and that's my only big concern. The offensive line, I think that everything you can do could be better than what we did last year. And I know that seems like a reach when you haven't really seen improvement, but I kind of got to look at it like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think that they got to that point, but I watched this interview a little earlier, and they were talking about Cornelius Lucas and saying that he was the day one starter for the left tackle position. Do you think that is a concern? Because they basically said he did great in pass protection after watching the film last year, so that's really why they wanted to keep him in that position.
Okay.
So do you think Lucas is a do you think Lucas is a hole? Because that Adam Peters has been addressing the situation like the left tackle position isn't a hole.
I don't necessarily think Lucas is a hold when I don't think that this quarterback in comparison to the last one, even for Mariota, is going to hold on to the ball the way that our last quarterback was.
Okay.
Um, I really think that it was more about having some consistency there, having someone that you can at least know what they're going to do. Like understanding that if this player is not the best, then at least you have a building block of what you're not going to go under, if that makes any sense.
Okay, I understand. I understand. Hey, so uh I don't know if because we having a little technical difficulties with Rose, so I don't know if he's coming like when he'll be back on. Pretty sure he'll try to jump back on pretty soon. And I know he was running the videos or whatever the case may be. So I will not go too much into that, but I will talk about what I seen on the training camp. Question: Jerzon Newton is back. This was his
Yeah.
first day. This was his first. Well, I'm not gonna say back. I'm gonna say here because this was his first day able to actually practice with the team. Okay.
Mhm.
I got a question. What do you think is will be a good year for Jerzon Newton, in your opinion?
6 tackles for loss and about 2 sacks, give or take 8 to 10 to 15 QB rushes, depending on the time that he gets. I don't, my tackles for loss and my sacks are only low because I don't think he starts.
So you don't think he brings in about 7, 8 sacks?
Um, 7 or 8 sacks puts him at rookie of the year conversations or defensive tackle of the year for rookies conversation because that's a lot of sacks for a non-starter.
Okay.
Do I expect him to have that type of impact? Where he was drafted at, I'd like to say yes, and understanding that there's after Aaron Donald, everyone's going to look for the next dominant interior rusher. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that this kid is Aaron Donald. That's a reach. That's a reach for me to say that of anybody playing today outside of him, to be honest, because that level of dominance is not an everyday thing. But what I'll take from that is to say that if Payne and Allen are your starters, and to all of us, that's noted and that's understandable. I got Newton playing maybe 20 snaps a game. There's about 60 plays a game offensively. So you're looking at it maybe about 60 plays, maybe 70 plays on a shootout in a full game. And if he gets 20 snaps, like I said, if you can get 6 to 10 tackles for loss in a season, if you can get 2 to 4 sacks in a season, if you can get 8 to 10 hurries on a quarterback in a season, I think that's good for only playing a little over 300 snaps.
I think he get probably a little more snaps than what you're giving him credit for. Maybe 25 a game, close to, I think, maybe even 30, close to. When you think about what we have on the defensive line, with the exception of Allen and Payne, which from what it seems like they're going to be the starters, but they're going to be rotating in and out or whatever the case may be. You'll have, they said it'll be 17, between 16 and 18 guys that's actually starters. The 11, he's like, they're basically, they've been saying this over and over. There's no 11 starters. So Jerzon Newton might be one of those guys that they consider a number 13, a number 14 starter.
Oh no, completely understood. That's what I said. So if you say there's 60 plays in a game, their third downs only occur if you don't pick up a first. I definitely believe he'll probably be in the game on third and passing downs, like after incompletion on second or after a stuff on second down. You got a long third down play and they're not rushing to the line. I do believe that there'll be some packages where he's your rusher over maybe Payne. Because Allen's played defensive end and defensive tackle, I feel like he may have a little bit more range on attacking the quarterback. But I also think that there are going to be lineups where all three of those guys are on the field at the same time.
Yes.
With that said, it depends on how well the rookie does in pass rush, like, you know what I'm saying, or in stopping the run. Because early in the season, a lot of teams are trying to establish their offenses, because that's the last thing that supposedly you get good at, is getting your offense to be in rhythm week in and week out. So I definitely feel like early in the year he could probably get some early sacks or some early tackles for loss. But it really depends on the time. Like I said, the time that he gets. If he gets more than that 20 snaps a game, I can see him being more effective. But I don't want to put, like I said, with what I said that he could get, he still would have had a better season than Tim Settle's rookie year. He would have still had a better season than Mathis's rookie year. And Mathis has got to get time also this year. Not saying that he has to start over the rookie, but he's got to get time as well this year to see if that contract is worth, continuing with. And that was a high draft pick. It was in the top 3 rounds. So you want to make sure that player is not just a bust pick.
Okay. Hey, so I got a good question. So with that being said, do you think Jamin Davis will be an edge rusher in on a couple of those sets along with Johnny Newton and John Allen and Deron Payne?
Yes, I definitely do.
Yeah. So if they do that set, then I could see at least Johnny Newton going 25 plays a game. I could see.
Like I said, I'm not gonna disagree with you, because it's only 5 plays off of what I suggested or what I thought might be a thing. I just don't I don't know if, like, because if he plays 25 downs, I'm gonna lean towards assuming that Allen or Payne are getting ready to be up.
Payne maybe. I don't think they're trying to get rid of Payne, but just the way that Adam Peters and them have talked about Jonathan Allen, I think that they really have a high respect. I'm gonna use that. They have a very high level of respect for Jonathan Allen. So I can't see them just going away from Jonathan Allen. I think he is the leader on the defense, like as far as a total captain. I mean, now you got Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner would be one of those leaders, but I think that the guy that's been here leader would be Jonathan Allen. Big Son, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with y'all. Ask me the question again.
Yeah. Hey, so Big Son, question. Do you think that Jerzon Newton will play 20 to, do you think he'll play more than 20 snaps a game?
Um, I'll say depending on what game. You know, certain games might be a little tougher than others. So I would say maybe five to 6 games he'll play over that.
I'm saying, so you
The
don't
reason
think
why
it'll
I
go
say that because I think our division games are going to be real tough this year, and we have a couple of tough opponents that went to the playoffs last year.
so you don't think that'll be the norm is what I'm asking.
No, I don't think it'll be the norm.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be the norm because first and foremost, not taking nothing away from Jason Newton. We still got Cleveland Farrell. We still got Deontay Fowler. We still got some guys back there that they're gonna be rotating in. And they got these guys so people can stay fresh and we can get to the quarterback. You know, so when other guys are not in the game, I don't think it's gonna be to the point where he's gonna consistently see that because sometimes the flow might be different and rotation might be different. You know, so that's why I say that I believe that, you know, especially trying to work him in to the NFL and to the type of pro style that he's going to be playing. You know, so I just personally believe that that would be in their best interest if, especially if it's me, he you know missing part of the earlier earlier camps because he was hurt. You know, needs surgery or whatever. So I would definitely not put a band-aid on it, but I would definitely not try to make him go out there and overexert himself. You know what I'm saying? So me personally, no, I don't think so.
Okay. So question: do you think Jamin Davis will play on that defensive set with Jerzon Newton, Jonathan Allen, and Deron Payne?
Oh, of course. I think that's the move. If you are a defensive coordinator and a guy who has a mind for defense, that's the type of set you want to look at. You know, you want to have them guys up front to plug it up so the speedster and your linebacker last a little bit of edge this year he will be playing to get around that corner and get to the quarterback. So yeah, I definitely think he will be playing some sets with them. And well deserved. I think he's proven himself since he came in the league. Even sometimes under bad tutelage. A lot of times under bad tutelage. Even when Ron there and screaming on him, saying I think um we were saying Jamin needs to get it together. Jamin, you know, was looking lost and all this other stuff he used to say about Jamin Davis, but Jamin Davis actually came to play. You know, so I think he's gonna have an even better year under Quinn and Witt.
Okay. So they say that Cashmere Allen actually had a very good training camp day today. Uh, do
Hey,
you do you see Cashmere making a team?
yes, I do. If y'all remember, that was one of my guys from last year. I said I believe that we should have brought him back and let him return for us. I understand that. Jamison Crowder did a good job. He even ran one back. But outside of that one he ran back, he might have had like one or maybe one other exciting run back or something like that. You know, so I would like to see somebody back there that's going to bring a little bit of excitement to the game and to the flow. You know, get some things choppy out there sometimes. So I
Okay.
like Cadman Allen. I was pushing for Cadman Allen since last year. You know,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can respect that. So, you know, watching a little bit of listening to a little bit of what the commentator said about camp today. Luke McCaffrey had a very good play. Very good play. But it was from Marcus Mariota, who started the 11 on 11s as the starting quarterback. Do y'all think that that is a good thing that Marcus Mariota started today's training camp as the starter on 11-11 drills?
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels was the starter on the 7-on-7 drills.
Mm.
Yes. It's fine. No big deal.
You don't think it's a big deal?
No.
Would
I
you
don't
like to
either.
elaborate a little bit?
I don't think it's a big deal because Marcus Mariota is a veteran. And whether you got a rookie quarterback or not, I think that our coach is making him go through what you should as an NFL rookie. He's not allowing him to get too high. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's any reason for him to be low at all, but he's not allowing him to get too high and overthink anything. You know what I'm saying? The job is yours once you are ready. So you have to go through this. Everything is his first, and this is the first for this coaching staff. This is the first for the owner, first for the GM, first for a rookie quarterback. And to put the pressure on the quarterback that it's your job to save the franchise is just a tough way to start with anybody. If you look at what we talked about a while ago with Michael Jordan and Kwame Brown, like, yes, I would have loved for Kwame Brown to turn out as a good player, but that's a lot of it's a lot of pressure for somebody to come in and change a whole franchise because this is what everyone expects, and you need help sometimes at that. Aaron Rodgers had Brett Favre, and am I saying Mariota's Brett Favre at that caliber? No. What I'm saying is that right now, Martin Mariota, when me and Roe was talking about it, he came in with the idea that I'm going to start. I don't want him to practice as a second string quarterback. If you practice as a second string quarterback, then what does your rookie quarterback, who you'd like to be the starter, what does he really have to measure up to? You know what I'm saying? If he's going against somebody who doesn't want to play as a starting quarterback, who used to start in this league and was picked at the same pick that he was in this league. So right now, I feel like they're giving the responsibility to Mariota to manage the team and play as a starter. When Jaden Daniels surpasses that, just like Dan Quinn said, he will surpass that and he will become the starter at that point.
Do you see that happening in training camp, or do you see that happening in preseason?
What, starting?
Yeah, Jaden
I
Daniels
think
being named the
it has
starter.
it has to happen in preseason. If it happens in training camp, I think you're being premature. Not you. I'm talking about the coaching staff.
Okay, okay. How about you, Big Son?
I mean, I agree totally with Vito because you you have to prepare to win, and preparing to win is not making your veteran think that the rookie that just came in is beneath the work that's before him. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so for them to do that, I think that's a big step, not in just character, but in momentum for the team. That shows everybody, like you said, it's about competition. I'm not, naming this person, naming that. It's about I'm going to see you compete first. I want to see how you compete.
Okay,
So that helps a player compete. When you do things like that.
okay. So there is also there's also been talks about Brandon Ayuk since he requested a trade. Okay. Um, Now, a media question was asked to Adam Peters and Dan Quinn about the steal that he posted on his social media. Do you guys think that is a problem that he had that steal?
What still? I'm
It's a picture. That picture that he had that he posted of the Redskins practice.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yes, Brandon Ayuk.
He's still a San Francisco 49er.
Yes, he is.
So me personally, I'd ask for him and Jaden to stop talking. Again, y'all can be friends. If the season hasn't started yet, so maybe there are rules and things in place where this is all legal. But I don't want this to become locker room chatter.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't want this to be something that hinders the kid from being able to be a starter because maybe you want. I'm not even gonna make up any narrative. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want it to become something that takes over the locker room because it doesn't have anything to do with the work that these guys have to do. Brandon Ayuk is not there. He doesn't know their playbook. He's got to learn some things that we are running that San Francisco runs that we don't. There's a different verbiage, different language. We run a totally different offense. These are just things that I don't want to concern myself with when it's not necessarily time to yet. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Ayuk, like I said, to me personally, like I said, and we talked about this offline, like if Brandon Ayuk is going to come, I'd rather it happen while we're during the season if we have a winning record. Let's say that we go into week 8 at 5-2. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like Brandon Ayuk is what you need to take the extra step, then so be it. I'll agree with the team because that's a team. That's what a team does. We stick together. But I don't believe in bringing Brandon Ayuk right now when I don't know what Brandon Ayuk is offering us.
Very good point. How about you, Big Son? How do you feel about Brandon Ayuk having the picture of Washington's practice?
I think there's a little too much clout chasing in the whole situation. You know, at the end of the day, you should know at this point in your career, as young as it is, the money that you could be about to make, you have to be more professional in your moves that you make because not only is the Washington Commanders, Washington Redskins, or the Washington football team, not only them is looking at you, you have 31 other teams in the league, including the team that you still play for, looking at you. So the fact that you have all of that attention around you, I don't even want you here because you're a distraction already.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you're a distraction already. Then on top of you being a distraction, the distraction you have a connection with just so happens to be my star quarterback that I brought here to change the narrative. You're kind of pushing the narrative back, my brother. So what you and him have has to stop quickly. So all the talks we've been having, I mean not we, but all the talks that the media and all that been having, let it be just that. Just talk. Don't give them something else to talk about.
Yeah.
You
I
know, so
jumped
I
on.
think
I don't know how much y'all saw.
Hey,
DC.
Ro. I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask you this question. So
Okay.
Brandon, and this will come up in the press conference, right? Because the press conference it blocked out on us a little bit, Ro. So I
Right.
don't know if you want to bring that back up or whatever the
Right.
case may
Yeah, I
be.
got it. It's back up whenever we ready.
But here we go. I'm gonna ask you this question seeing their response. Brandon Ayuk had a still picture of of Washington's practice. Okay, I don't know if it was OTAs. I don't know exactly which practice it was, so I'm not going to speculate that. He had a still of Washington's practice, and he posted it on his social media. Do you think that is a problem?
Yes. I think it is because no negotiation is happening. It's becoming trolling at this point. So I just think that if ain't nothing gonna happen, why keep on playing games with our fan base?
Okay, that's a different take. That's definitely a different take.
Yeah. So
But whenever you're ready to put it back up, we had a couple different levels of discussion. Let me ask you one more question before we go there, though. Jamin Davis has been seen as an edge rusher, playing as an edge rusher, right?
Right.
Jerzon Newton, this was his first practice. Do you see them setting a lineup with Jamin Davis, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, and Jerzon Newton? Do you think that will be one of the front fours this year?
Yeah, I would put Allen on the outside. I would put Allen, and Jam and Davis You be
Okay.
on the outside for
Okay.
me, and I have Newton and Payne in the middle.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can continue on. You know, you could go back
What's
to
I
the.
don't know how far y'all got. What was the last thing? Y'all you don't know how far y'all got?
I am not unaware. It just kind of stopped on us. You know, kind of caught us all off guard.
All right. So I'm gonna play.
I would not say.
We're
I would
always
say
gonna-
cut off the first. I would say cut off the first 2 or 3 minutes though.
All right, bet. All right. Let's get this back up.
Process. And so as we're going, when he's ready, we'll know, and when he's ready, he'll also know. But as far as the reps go, obviously with him and Marcus and moving around, there'll be certain days that will feature more of another. But I guess I'm glad that you brought it up, and certainly not a secret. It's a journey and a process. And so through practices, through scrimmages and preseason games, all the way down, that's where the journey will take us. And then not trying to hold back the info, but when we know, we'll say it.
And then for both of you, you guys have been around in the game a while, and so you worked with Russell when he was younger. At least you've been with young quarterbacks. What have you learned from those situations that you can apply to help Jaden's development?
So I think it's one size doesn't fit all, and you want to make sure for not just at quarterback, but at any position. And development doesn't just continue to go straight up. There's some days it goes good, days not, and you keep pushing to go. So I think the biggest process, why I like training camp, sometimes I work from what I'm hoping to see, and then we start working back from there. So going through the offense, having an off season, do that helps a lot. But more importantly, the connection, the chemistry with the players, and really identifying the things that they do best, and then trying to build around that.
That is what I like to hear.
Nailed it there, but just our my experience with young quarterbacks too. Like DQ said, it's not one size fits all, and I think everybody can see when that's happening, when they're ready. That the team knows, the coaches know. So you don't want to fast track it, you don't want to slow it down. You just want to let it happen naturally. And I know these guys are going to be great in doing that. So.
Ben Standig with The Athletic. For both of you, this is the time of year where people ask predictions. Well, how is this team going to finish? Things like that. I won't ask for records, but for you guys, what counts as a successful season this year?
I think number one, we want to start off and make sure like our identity and who we are and how we play, that has to come along strong, Ben. And that part, if you get that first and get that right, that's when a lot of the success will follow. But you can't, put the record before you have the identity and who you are. And so I'm hopeful that when you and our fans and families see us play, they see that identity coming to life, the speed, the physicality, the winning football in the most critical moments. Those are all the things that are going to make up our identity. And we've got to use this time to start establishing that in the very best of ways.
Yeah, we've both at our press conference when we first started, right? That was the thing we both said is you're going to see how we play. You're going to feel how we play. And that's the first thing. And how fast or slow that goes is so many different things that are variables and all that. But I can tell you that you're going to see a great effort team, a competitive team playing fast and physical. And we've seen that out there all spring and excited to see it here in camp.
I think it probably goes back also to Adam and the staff to what it was from the players that we were trying to bring in through free agency and the draft. And so that also is a part of the identity. And so knowing that it's meshing together through scouting, through coaching, through the players, that's, where the success will come.
And also the staff got filled out a bit more since we spoke to you last. Brandon Sosna, Dave Gardy came in there somewhere, among others. Just curious if you could just kind of lay out, Adam, what went to bringing in some of these people, and how do you kind of view the group right now?
Yeah, first of all, you mentioned two great additions, and there's a lot more than that. But Josh really tasked us with creating a great front office, a great football operation, and so he gave us the latitude to go out there and get the best out there. And so we were able to do that, and we're proud of the people that we brought in. It's been incredible since they've been in here, the additions they've made and really taken off, DQ and my plate in terms of the things that they do so well. And, we feel we're close to being, staffed to where we need to be in terms of when you look at around the league and you do comparisons and you see what the great teams in the league, what they look like. And we feel we're well on our way to that. So we're very, very, very happy.
First to Coach Chick Hernandez, WSA 9. You've been through this before. You learned a lot about yourself. You self-evaluated. In this process now, part number 2, where do you feel like you have shown a different strength and as you prep your team?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Chick. And I think probably like a player where the game slows down. When you get perspective and time to see how things do, coaching does as well. And you want to apply new things to how we do it. You may see some changes early, brought rookies in. That's something I hadn't done before, and I liked that process. I like, getting them to jump start. You may see us working into red zone early on where I hadn't done that before. The old model, this is what you did in the spring, and this is what we did at training camp. Well, there's ways to adjust and to change on those things. And so those would be, two examples of finding change and things that you think you can get better at and then applying them.
And Adam, first go around as the top dog, as a GM. What's the stress level for you? Where does your stress come from right now as we get ready for a season? Where do you find it?
I think it's constant, right? And you're always thinking about ways to improve the team, what you can do better. But tying into your first question, I think with DQ, with his being his second go around, and how intentional and deliberate he was on learning from the things that he learned in Atlanta, has helped me immensely in terms of having someone who's been through it and helping me along the way. I can't thank him enough for that. And that part really impressed us all during the interview process, and it's come to life here. So, whatever stresses I have, I know I can go to him and he'll relieve them and as best he can. Some things he can't, but that's not your fault.
Back at you.
But no, I think having this partnership is I'm really thankful for, and we'll be prepared for whatever comes our way.
Dan, Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. You talk a lot about physicality and speed. What kind of is your approach to training camp, and how do you kind of handle the balance of wanting to see those guys get ready for football season, but also, not wanting to get injured? Do you want to see pops on days those guys are in pads?
I think the analogy sometimes I use with the team is it's much like a boxer who's sparring, and you have to be in control and you have to take care of it, because you don't see if you got into a gym and watch somebody spar, it's not exactly the same as being in a fight. And practicing, you want to as competitive as we can, but we also know we're taking care of one another, and that's part of the brotherhood to go. So you want to push the competition as much as you can, but also much like sparring and getting ready, that you're always in control. If somebody's out of control, they'll play out of control, and it may look like chaos, but the discipline that we'll play with will really be evident to you.
To your left, Steve Wino, Associated Press. We switched the mic on you. Adam, you turned over, I think, 2/3 of this roster. I'm wondering kind of how you feel about the kind of group you brought in, the 90 guys who are here and going into camp, how much change there has been.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, like DQ said earlier, we brought in a type of player we thought, as much as we can that are commanders. And I think you guys saw that a little bit out in the spring. And so we're thrilled about the 90 guys we have here. We're always, DQ preaches competition every day. So we're always going to look at ways to improve the roster. But as it sits now, we feel great about the guys we have. And in my experience, just seeing what we did out in the spring, what you guys did out in the spring, practice, the way they gelled together really fast was really, really impressive. And it just speaks to the type of coaches we have and the type of players we have.
And Dan, as someone coming as a new coach, do you like the clean slate aspect of it, of having a group that there's not a whole lot of kind of holdovers?
I think when you're starting anything, there's a freshness and a newness that goes with that. I love each of the years, because not every year is exactly the same. So knowing that there's some new connections and new people here, those relationships to start them is good. But I'd be also remiss in year 2 and 3, those get stronger and deeper and as you're going. But you only get one first shot with a whole new group, and we're not going to miss that shot.
Hey, Coach David Aldridge with The Athletic. I'm wondering, in terms of working backwards, as you said,
Yep.
Do you expect certain position groups to be ahead of other position groups as you go through the season or as you start this process?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, David. I think I don't know if it's a position group, but it certainly is the line of scrimmage, and the ways that it happens now. Some of the padded work to go, that is different. Like that's not running routes and playing 7-on-7. So both sides of the line of scrimmage, I think that not just for our team, but for all. That's where you really are trying to work those skills as you can. The combinations of blocking, the combinations and pass rush done. So lines of scrimmage, I would say, are the ones, I don't know if they're behind, but I think league-wide positions, that really gets the emphasis, and most teams are improving in that spot as the season's going.
And Coach, now that you've had your staff together and you've gone through OTAs and all that, what do you expect your staff strength to be this season as you start to put your stamp on this organization?
Yeah, and I think at the front of it is teaching and developing players. And so all the way back from when Adam and I got together, the importance of that, knowing that, it's not just year 1 to year 2. How does the 5th year player get better, the 6th year player? So finding those things, detailing it out, how to improve for players and coaches, that's what I'm expecting to see from the guys.
JP Finley with NBC4 and 106.7 The Fan. A lot of crazy stuff happens during the NFL break, social media, all kinds of weird stuff. You guys actually had another player post practice footage. What was the reaction in the building? How do you handle that?
I'll take it. I think first and foremost, he didn't have practice footage. So
I told y'all about 20.
Yeah, still, yeah. So, but we handled it internally and we're unconcerned with that. Yeah.
Right now.
And then just for you then, Adam, going forward, how do you balance the big long-term goals here with the immediacy?
Nah, bro, they talking about IU.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's a great question, and it's something you're always trying to do constantly. Seeing the big picture, but also, we're here to win games, and we're here. This is a not for long league, right? And so, we have a great staff that's always looking ahead 2-3 years, led by Brandon, in terms of salary cap and all those types of things. But we're really focused, myself and Lance are really focused on how we can help our team win right now. So we're always ready to help win right now while having all of us really keep one eye on the future to make sure we're able to sustain success for a long time.
Sam Fortier with the Washington Post for either of you. Why is it important to not name Jaden the starter now? Is it keeping him motivated? Is it managing expectations? Why is that?
I can certainly hit that one. Certainly not motivated. This is a extremely motivated player. At every position, this is the case. And we've got great confidence, all of that. But like I said earlier, it's not one size that fits all. So as we're going through this whole process, let's make sure if we are going to be about the competition and how things are going to go, we're not going to miss one step of their development. And that's what this time of year is for. So we're going to make sure we're able to use all of that time.
And Adam, as you were building the roster, I'm curious, what made you confident, hey, if with our offensive line, with Cornelius Lucas, if he were the starting left tackle, what made you confident that he could hold down that role?
Yeah, just watching the tape and understanding what type of player he is, what type of person he is, talking with the previous staff and people that have been with him. So we felt, confident in him as a person. And then watching the tape, I think, as a pass protector, Cornelius is really, really good. And so we got really good coaches that can help him with our skills and develop, like Coach said, in terms of whether it's year 1 to year 2 or, as you're a veteran, you can still get better. And so he did really well out here in this spring. And so we feel confident that he can still continue to do that.
Nikki Japala with Washington Post. Are there positional groups going in that you feel are more open in terms of just opportunities for jobs to be had?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Nikki. There's certain spots that have more, although there's competition at a lot of spots. Certainly like defensive tackle is not as competitive in terms of how we would feature some of the players. But I think, as we're going through it, it'll kind of play its way out. But how does the chemistry work? And then also, Nikki, like not just the competition at the position, but like what specific things make a player unique? And then how would we play that player? So say we had 18 players or so play on offense and defense, and what specific things does this tight end do versus this back? What about this DB versus this linebacker? So finding the roles and owning those are as important as the competing, because once we establish what those roles are, now we can plug and play in people into doing those things.
Yeah, I think DQ and his staff are as creative as anyone in this whole entire league, if not the best in terms of being able to do that. So, it's not just, 3 linebackers, four defensive linemen, whatever it is, finding the best 11 for each package. And DQ is a master at that. It's, we talk about superpowers. That's one of his superpowers. And Joe Witt's great at that too. And offensively, Cliff's shown that. He did that in Arizona too. So, really excited to see how that really evolves during camp.
And you guys placed Johnny Newton on NFI. I mean, what are just your expectations for him as he kind of progresses through his recovery?
Yeah, so with Johnny, first and foremost, Johnny's been outstanding in his rehab, and we've had to hold him back. Nice catch. We really had to hold him back. Like he's a monster, and he wants to go, and we got to make sure to reel him back. That's the type of guy he is. And so we've been really pleased with his progress. We put him on NFI. I think we're just going to exercise caution. We're not playing any games anytime soon, but we expect it to be sooner rather than later that we release the reins, and we're going to keep an eye on him, throughout. Like I said, it's July, so we're going to keep an eye on him, but let him develop during training camp as well. He needs to get the reps just like everybody else, and so we're excited where he's at.
Scott Abraham, ABC 7. For some guys, they dread training camp. In a sense, it's a grind. It's a long process. Some are excited. For you guys, both of you answer, please. What is this like for you, the start of training camp, something new? Kind of explain those emotions of going into a new camp.
Yeah, training camp's a cool thing, and it's definitely different than it used to be. As I look back to like my first training camp in 2001, it's in 2 days and that type of thing. It was a different process, but as you go now, it's evolved and it's different, but it's also really fun. There's a challenge that goes along with it during that time, but it's also there's a lot of joy with it because you're spending so much time together. You're the team chemistry is building. There's a lot that goes into this. So it's an important part of the process for us. One of the things that I've been pleased about here is Adam and I are fired up to get rocking, as you would think. But what's even more cool is seeing the players, how excited they are. Over the last few days, you see somebody in the building and their excitement to go. It's not a spot where you may have come in dreading training camp. Oh no, here we go. It's my experience today of seeing the guys come in has been just the opposite. So to see that kind of energy coming into a camp really fires both of us up.
Yeah, I agree. The guys have come back early because they're chomping at the bit to be here, and so that's really cool. You don't see that too often, and like DQ said, it's not like the Junction Boys anymore where you're soft if you get water. I mean, there's water everywhere now, and so it's not the same. But the part where you get to be all together for so long during the day, you still have that, and building the team. And I couldn't be more excited. This is the most excited I've ever been for a training camp. So I'm pumped and fired up to be on the ride with all these guys and this guy especially.
Dan, you talked about the identity, developing an identity with this football team. As you go through this process week after week here at camp, what exactly are you looking for to know this identity is coming together? What do you have to see?
Yeah, I think you have to see, while playing really fast, excellent execution. And so those are the standards that you're looking for, the details of the play, the execution of the play, and then at a max speed. And so you don't get to pick and choose when that is. You just have to go, and then the next play and the next play. And so having that standard, that's what I'm looking for. That's part of our identity. You'll feel the speed when we play. Those will come out to life at practice over and over and over, the execution and the speed again and again and again. That's when it starts to come to life, because now it's not as much thinking, but just the reaction and the movements that have to be explosive and fast.
George Wallace, WTOP for Coach. What's the one thing you're looking for tomorrow when you guys hit the field after the break and your message to the team before you left? What's the one thing that you're going to see tomorrow on the field to know that these guys kind of stuck with it and time off? Because I'm sure it's kind of tough. They get away a little bit and you get a month off before coming back.
Yeah, George, that's a good question. The number one, we want to make sure, like any good team, you'll hear them, before you see it. So the communication, that's always something at the start of a training camp that you want to push, because they may have not been communicating together, not, all 90 of us were together. So if you're hearing the communication early, that's a good sign that, that you're going to be able to play fast. So hearing the guys, because in this ramp up, and you'll see that not, we're building up on time onto the field. So there won't be a lot of plays. We'll progress into that, but let's hear it before the plays even begin.
Hi, Coach. Donna Hopkins, Pro Football Plus. In the OTAs, you talked about the process as far as the crawling, walking, and the running. In the running stage right now, are you seeing most of this team overall in that phase as they start training camp?
Yes, and it can even apply into a specific day. So For instance, in an afternoon, like tomorrow afternoon, we'll install a new set of plays and some new situations. That'll be the crawling part of things. We'll go out tomorrow night for a team walkthrough and execute a lot of those. That's more of the walk part of it. And then the next day is the run. So I almost think of it in a day's block of teaching, jogging through to get the timing, the targets of what you want, and then can you go execute at a really high speed. And so we're going to have extremely high standards for the guys in the run part, as you were referring to, and me too. That's the spot. That's the execution. That's the connection that has to take place. And so that's what I'll look to see at the practice. And it'll take reps to go it over and over again. But it's not the first time, hearing, the systems as we're starting into these meetings again.
When you look at this team as a whole, are they where you thought they were going to be, or are they ahead in some areas?
That's a good point. I would say they would be ahead in some areas. Their connection has been faster and stronger than I thought. So that part came really to life because so many people were part of the off-season program. And so you saw that connection take place. And I felt a good level. And then I felt a shift take place, right around the end of the OTAs and into into the mini camp, where another one to go. And I'm expecting another one into training camp. So the communication and the connection amongst the players, that's the spot that I was pleased with to see where we're at. But like most things, once you are pleased with where you're at, that is where you will stay. So that is not from Yoda, by the way. But that to me is, now it goes further. And adding people that we have, like Dylan into our program, adds connection, adds that. And so the stronger we get in playing for one another, the better the performances even become.
Good morning, gentlemen. David Harrison, Sports Illustrated. Coach, we talk a lot out here about perceived weaknesses or holes on the roster. Where are you most confident in your roster right now?
Yeah, a lot of spots, honestly. And what may be perceived as a weakness externally might actually be something stronger internally. And so more than anything, I'm looking for processes. How does this connection take place? How does the routes develop? Because once we get to what people can do, then we don't have to, well, he can't do that or he can't do that. We try to feature the things that guys do best. And so what would have seemed like a weakness, that's our job as coaches to say, we're either not going to put that specific player into that spot, or how are we going to help that person into that spot? So you want to have contingency plans as coaches. You don't want to swing at shadows. So you're always thinking ahead. Okay, what if he's out? What are you going to do? All right. What if this player changed out? What would that look like? And so making sure you have those processes right and challenging the staff. Okay, he's out. What are you going to do? This package is in. What does that look like? So finding what they can do versus the weakness. We know what they are, and we're going to try to address those to say, when we're playing a game, to say, how are we going to go win this specific game? These are the matchups that we're going to do.
Thanks, Coach. And then Adam, as far as continuously looking to have opportunities to build the roster and improve the roster, how does that evaluation process look at this stage of the offseason?
Yeah, I mean, it's every day. It's throughout the summer when we're away. We're always constantly talking about that, constantly talking to other teams, other GMs, whether it's a trade or whether it's internally with our short lists and our emergency lists. So figuring out, all right, where, if this happens, where do we go? And so we have all those processes in place, and this is a league where injuries do happen, and hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have too many, but we'll be ready when they do. And our team, led by Lance and David Blackburn, are all set and ready to go. So, yeah, it's something you're always doing. You're always monitoring. You're always challenging yourself to say, okay, have we explored every opportunity? And that's what we pride ourselves on doing.
Candy Waller, Bowie TV. This one is for you, Coach Quinn. Reflecting on OTAs, was there anything that you said, you know what, that didn't work out so well, maybe we won't do too much more of that, or something that went really well and said we got to do more of that?
All right, Candy, good. That is a good question. You're really making me think. I like it, Candy. Give me a second. Things that I definitely liked going through the spring. We took time before we got to football with not just the free agents that came or the veterans that were here, to get to know the man before the ball player. And I think that was an important process. So much as a coach, you just want to get right into the football and finding out somebody's why, more of their background, what do they stand for, why were some of the things important. I would say that's a good lesson, in building something. From a leadership standpoint, early on, I think in my life, I thought leading, how is it me leading others? And what I found out through processes is real leading takes place when you can identify and develop the leaders within themselves. And so I'm pleased with what we're seeing in that spot. I'm hopeful at the end of camp, you ask me, hey, Dan, who are the leaders? And your hand cramps because I'm listing so many players. Things that I wish I could do differently as you're going to go. Probably those are more like practice oriented. Could I have added more or less into it? I think one of the real fun things for everybody to watch is the addition of some special teams plays this year. And I know it's been a story of the off season, but I was pleased with the amount of work that we put in, but time will tell if it was enough work, Candy. So those are the things that I stress myself out and can't sleep at night. So thanks for bringing it back up. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that leads to my next question. My next question is about special teams. We saw some variety in the kick return, punt return role during OTAs. What are the characteristics you're looking for in that particular role?
Yeah, I think right now I see them a little bit differently because punt return is pretty traditional in the way of catch, initial quickness to make one miss. So if somebody was coming to have the ability to make one go, that type of change of direction and hands to go. Oftentimes they're fielding everything above them and they have to make one miss to get 6 to 7 yards. That's a good return, usually, if I can make one go. On the kickoff return, I think it's going to be a little bit different because it may involve more true running skills, running back skills. And so time will tell, but I do feel like the two positions are different because in a punt return, I may just make one miss, who are the gunners usually outside, but literally anybody could be coming on the new way that kickoff and kickoff return is going. So that part I do feel is going to be different, but they may even have to be more adept at fielding a kick that comes and hits the ground first, as opposed to forever we've just seen kickoffs come from the air and we catch, we want to be on the move. There may be a player that has to play infield as well as outfield and shortstop and center field. And so that kick returner this year better be adept at both.
For Coach Liam Griffin with the Washington Times, you guys have a couple of joint practices already scheduled. Looking ahead a little bit, how can those joint practices help your team as you're looking to build that identity during this training camp period?
I'll hit one part and I'll kick it over to Adam for the second part. There's a lot. One, it's good for competition. It's usually, and you'd like it to be some different systems than you currently do. So the offenses at the Jets and at Miami are different than the one is here. So that's good for extra reps, for the offense or the defense. Same thing with the Jet defense and the Miami defense are played and installed differently. So different looks, different things to go. Those are helpful. And then there's an evaluation side that goes along with that too, that I'll let Adam hit on. So it's twofold. One, new looks, new things. When you play against somebody over and over, you understand their releases, what some routes might be, and you can cheat a little bit. When you go in those other practices, you better be pure to what you're reading and how you're going to do it. And I'll let Adam refer to some of the evaluations. That's an important part of it too, because not every player plays the same amount in the preseason games.
Yeah, you get, I think with those practices from an evaluator, one, like DQ said, you get to see our guys against a different offense or defensive scheme. How do they adapt to that? How do they play against that? And you get to see them against different players too. So sometimes you're going to be going against, their defensive tackles may not be as strong as ours, and our offensive linemen look a little better, and you feel a little better about that. It's like they're not going against Payne and Allen every time. So, and then you get a chance to see the other team. You measure yourself against the other team. You see some guys at the back of their roster you may want to trade for, you may want to pick up as on the waivers, we're number 2 on the waiver wire, so we can get a chance to do that. But really just getting a chance to compare where you're at, where they're at the same time, not overreacting either, because you can think, oh gosh, these guys are way better than us, but it could be that, 10 minutes in time, that's 2 hours in time where you you underestimate your team or you overestimate your team and where you're at. So you don't want to get too high, too low, and where you're at. It's really a little bit of a balance, but they're invaluable. You get a chance to see guys compete without less of a chance of getting hurt, which is a big deal, and against a scheme that's different than yours. So it's really, really valuable. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Heavy lifting.
Man, that was a whole lot.
It was a lot. That was a lot.
That was a lot to take in, but I like the last leg of that.
BP added more than
When he
100.
said that he's not really gonna try to complicate things too much. If he see that a guy is not too efficient at what he's trying to get him to do, he's not gonna force his hand really. He's gonna find somebody, gonna plug people in the right spot. I think that's the mentality that should have been took. And I hate to go back to this, but me and Ro often talk about this, so I'm gonna go back. William Jackson. William Jackson. That's what should have been done when William Jackson was here. Stop trying to make him do something that he did not want to do. Put him in a position that he could have been flourished in. And I think our secondary wouldn't have suffered so bad. But anywho, I like the way that Quinn thinks. I like the way that things are coming together.
Adam Peters.
I like the language that comes from Quinn. Quinn speaks with what I want to say. Quinn speaks like he has not some sense, but like he has some direction. When he's talking, you can see like, okay, I see where he's trying to go with this. I see what he's trying to do. That's good work there. So all of that we took in, even Adam Peters talking about, the guys, bringing the guys in, and getting and making competitors out of them. Bred and winners here. So that I like to hear that type of stuff. So that was good for me. I like the interview.
So a few things I picked up in the interview. Go ahead, bro.
No. I was gonna say something about whoever going next. But go ahead. No, you good.
No. I was just gonna say, I like the part about Daniels not starting yet. We were just talking about that before you came back on, before we finished the whole interview, and I was saying very much the similar thing, basically of just letting them go through the motions of being an NFL player. You're a rookie, whether you're going to be the starter week 1 or week 5, week 6, week 8, whichever one. The same way for Mahomes. Even though Mariota, we can all agree, is not Alex Smith. At the same time, I would like to try to give our coaching staff a chance, because if they can make Mariota a good quarterback, or at least a feasible quarterback, let me say that, a feasible quarterback, we can get some ugly wins or some wins that maybe be tough with Mariota at quarterback. And yes, I totally agree with you, Ro, that what Daniels presents as a mismatch is just so much farther ahead of what Mariota can give you right now. At the same token, he's got to be ready. Just like Quinn said, he's got to be ready. But going through the motions, I really like that part, because again, like I said, you're not forcing the NFL on him. You're letting him get used to everything that the NFL has to do. What I like about Jaden Daniels, even though they didn't speak about that part, we all know he's willing to do the work. He's here every day. He's there early. He leaves late. He's doing the extra passes or the extra reps with receivers and running backs and different things like that. So I'm really excited about that. Their approach to coaching, their approach to putting a team together feels like me coaching with you guys. It feels like they're talking about the scenarios that will take place, what they have to play like in order to create the environment that they're trying to create. These are things that are very exciting for me to hear. I love the interview.
Did you got a point?
I absolutely love this interview right here. I was looking for something, because I've been pretty positive about this whole regime, right? And so me personally, I took the real approach to try to dissect just about every part of this interview between these two guys. And honestly, I can't find nothing bad to say. I feel like they literally answered every question correctly. When it comes to how they handled the Brandon Ayuk situation, yeah, okay, we don't like it. We will handle it internally, but he's not a part of the team. Let's move forward. The perfect way to handle a media, which could end up in a media circus if they say the wrong thing. You know, like every single point that they made was very good. So now I'm gonna go into the little bit of details. The one thing that I will say is that they have a lot of faith in Lucas.
They said that it was that what other people look at as a weak point may be a strong point in turn.
There we go. And I felt like that was about Lucas. I really felt like that was about Lucas. I felt like that was his shout out, or however you want to call it, right? Lucas, to me, seeming as a whole. I don't know about everybody else. I feel like I don't feel like he's the biggest hole though. I feel like the biggest hole, and we haven't really talked about it as much as I think we should have gave it some attention to, is Wiley. I think Wiley is the biggest hole.
That's
on
why I said what I said about the offensive line.
offense.
I'd be looking at them first.
Well, they addressed the offensive line. They said that that's and even
They
him saying that's the one that's the furthest behind, if you will.
their
You know
words,
what I mean?
their words addressed it. We don't know if it's been truly addressed on the field.
Well, if their words addressed it, then that means that they know that it's an issue. And so that's my thing. Do you know these things are a problem? You know what I'm saying? Or because if you can identify the problem, then you can do stuff to fix it. And Ron Rivera's biggest problem was identifying the problem. He made problems out of stuff that didn't exist. You know, the quarterback position. After the playoff game when Heineke comes in and plays very well against the Tom Brady, the quarterback position is the last position you have to worry about. This is finally a guy that has gone in there and the fans are behind him, the team is behind him. There's somebody you can rally behind, and then you can draft the guy and let that guy get coached up, all the way up. Okay? The fact that you were so pressed to get Sam Howell out there, you were so pressed to get all these other people out there. You put Kyle Allen, you put everybody in front of Heineke, and Heineke still rose to the top. Even in the last season that he was here, he won more games than the guy that you put in front of him. So I'm glad that they see that line as a issue, and it's something that it seems to be that they're paying attention to. You know what I mean? So that's a very big point right there. I think, the way that they're handling the Jerzon Newton situation, I think that is a very smart way. We're not going to throw him out there. He's not going to be playing. He's not going to be in the 11 on 11s, but we will get him out there. And when he's ready, we'll take him steps. The same thing they're doing with Jaden Daniels in the starting position. I think these guys are working very well together, and this could be the start of a very beautiful situation if, and this is the biggest if the offensive line doesn't botch it. I think that the problem, and like I said, I was looking for a problem and I didn't find a problem with anything they said, but I don't know if this offensive line is good enough to play with the rest of the team. I have two concerns, and that's the cornerbacks and the offensive line. So on the offensive side, it's the offensive line. On the defense side, it's the cornerbacks, okay? I feel like the linebackers, the defensive line, all of that is put together well. So if you know that these might be your issues, you have an opportunity to get like a David Bakhtiari or somebody like that for the left tackle. But if you feel like Lucas is good and Lucas goes out there, plays well, you were smarter than everybody else. Wiley goes out there, plays well, you were smarter than everybody else. If they don't play well, though, this is going to be something that the fans are going to talk about. We knew that this wasn't the guy. So let's say Brandon Coleman comes out there, plays well, you still seem smarter than everybody else. But let's say he doesn't get ready this year. Let's say he still needs a whole year to prepare to play that left tackle position. fans are not going to be happy with the results of there being a hole, and we seeing it's a hole, and we saying that it's a hole, and you guys said it wasn't a hole. This will create some issues amongst the fan base if they don't go out and perform the way that Adam Peters, the way that Dan Quinn, the way that I guess the other position coaches would like them to perform. So, but as far as the interview, it is perfect. They answered the questions. They answered them with dignity. They didn't back away or stray away from any questions. So that was another thing. There wasn't no comment answers or anything like that. So I really, really, really like this interview.
All right. Good takes for everybody. My take is a little bit different, right? First and foremost, they writing a lot of checks over there. They writing a lot of checks. They can't lose, in my opinion. In my opinion, this team cannot lose based on what their GM got up there and said. This is gelling so great, and we're so great, and I picked these great players and these great coaches, and we are great. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, they are writing a lot of checks, and it's coming out of the front office. It's coming from your coaching staff. And it's just, I don't know if it's realistic.
What did they say though? What did they say that you feel like they writing checks? They didn't say they was gonna win the Super Bowl. They didn't say they was gonna win the championship.
They said that they were gelling, and this is great, and things are happening great, and things are happening fast, and you know, this is just something great. I
don't feel like that's a check though. I'm with Vito on this one. I don't really.
That's a check. That's a check for a fan base that ain't won nothing in 20 years. That's a check.
So what are you supposed to say? We're coming along okay.
Personally, me just knowing how the season go, right, and knowing how, and again, maybe Adam Peters don't know, and maybe Dan Quinn don't know how this fan base is. You get what I'm saying? That thing is sold out because they listening to what the hell these people saying in these interviews and on these things.
No,
That's
it's sold out because we have a quarterback, which we haven't had in a long time.
I get it.
It's being covered because the people ask for us to pick something, and we actually listen. If not to fans, we listen to what was apparently clear to see as far as the quarterbacks. Just the Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels conversation alone is why fans are there. If you add a Hall of Famer in Bobby Wagner, it's why people are there. If you add another defensive lineman to Allen and Payne, and you kept a fan favorite in Allen and Payne, who are still there, McLaurin, who people are now excited to possibly see him have a breakout season, or the season that we all feel like he should be respected for is possibly available.
It's a hype train coming out of that front office, though. And
in 4 years with Ron Rivera, the most exciting thing to happen with Redskin football was the drafting of Chase Young.
I agree.
As far as training camp, the season, I think Heineke probably would have outweighed that because he even got to play more games than Chase, and just the ring around the rosy they had him go through. At the same token, there was no excitement in the building for the seasons coming up, other than the fact that we all wanted to see football being played.
But they're writing some checks too. I'm just being honest. They got a little hype train going on.
A check that they wrote that I feel like they wrote was that we're going to play fast, and we're going to make teams feel like we play fast. That's a check that I can say that they wrote. So if they come out playing lazy on any games, I'll say, how, you know what I'm saying? Where's that? Like, where's that fight at? Or how are you motivating your players or something like that?
Hey, AV, I wouldn't even say that that's a check, because he said in the beginning of the interview that they are trying to establish that. You get what I mean?
No, I heard more than one coach say that that's what that teams are going to feel that that's the way that they play the game. So again, now guess what? Here's how easy that is going to be. Now, I want to see a Legion of Boom type of presence. I think we all want to when we hear that from the coaches that were able to help put that out there. At the same token, from having the 31st ranked defense, any energy compared to last year is a W in comparison to what you will see on film. Now, executing that, being able
That's
to
what
play
I'm saying.
fast,
That's what I'm saying.
but that's what they said that they're working on. I even like the actual way that he's trying to execute that. Hey, let's crawl by walking through this play, talking about it, showing guys what we're trying to implement. Let's walk by walking through this or jogging through this play, seeing what reads we like. And then the next day, full practice, everyone's here, media's out, all of that. Fans are here. We're going full speed, and we're going to see how well we're able to execute that. That's for the offensive side and the defensive side. The better Jaden does early on, or the more hype we hear about what he does, that means that he's doing it on a defense that was 31st last year, even if they have new players. Just like you be saying, like, hey, regardless of what players they have, what their rank was last year, what you have to go off of is what have you done for me lately? Yes, lately you have improved in certain areas, but lately on the field, you were 31st. Until I see you in preseason and take a snap to understand what you're able to bring this year, I have to go off of what was last year. So that's all due respect, and I understand that. But the lingo, the language, the way that they're presenting it, I cannot say that I got this in 4 years of Ron Rivera.
Right. No, I agree. And I'm not saying nothing bad where I am. I'm just saying with the way that I think they're approaching it, with the stances they're taking, I'm going to say this. If it was me, let me reverse this. Let me rephrase the whole thing. If it was me, I wouldn't go that hard. I know I would more take the stance up, because I mean, we know even in Madden, how a season could go. We know how a season could go. Even in Madden, we know how a season could go.
But Ro,
So,
to me,
so
real quick, in Madden, if you had a 4-13 season, which I've never seen you have, but let's just say that you lost your quarterback and you just lost some things that just happened to be the record. If you made this many moves in the offseason and you didn't expect to have
no. Vito, I'm not just saying that it won't be better. And I'm not even saying that I shouldn't feel like it's better. I'm saying that you don't say it. You don't say it.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. You say it because these coaches so here's the thing, bro. They can say it because these coaches have had that type of success in the past to feel like this. The GM for Adam Peters has been successful, whether an assistant or not. He's been successful.
Even if they feel, hold on, I'm with you, V. Even if they really felt like this, I'm saying our fan base ain't got no sense. So we go way overboard. We take way over. We can say, oh, we had a good practice. We gonna go out there, the Redskins. You know this. We're gonna go out there and say, we going to the Super Bowl. So when teams play us, now they just said this to somebody's cousin who played for the Giants, and they done called up there. Yeah, these boys down here talking good, bro. Ooh, y'all know how this goes. So I'm just saying, for me and for the sake of Redskin football, again, even if you take the RG3 season, even though we see what they put together, we didn't hear none of this in preseason. We really didn't hear too much of nothing. This team was ultra.
It was a new offensive coordinator, and it was an old coach. The old coaches don't do that.
Right? No. You're right. They don't. I'm not saying. That's why I say it. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. That's why I said they're gonna have to cash these checks. These checks are being written, even if they being written because our money is counterfeit, because we don't even give a man a chance to do nothing. It's checks being written. I just think that they have no choice but to succeed, because at least minimum have a winning season, like we talked about earlier. I think that they put a lot of pressure on themselves with these interviews.
I can see that, but I mean, I don't think Dan Quinn is the type of quarterback. I mean, the type of coach that shies away from whatever coming to him. You know what I'm saying? Like he's been fired in this league because he's been praised for going to a Super Bowl. He's been like fried for blowing a 28-3 lead.
You know what it is? It's Adrian Broner. When you go out there before,
bro, why you call that man Broner though, bro?
I'm just saying, you go out there, but it's just Adrian. When you listen to Adrian Broner in the interview, you think this man a bad man. Oh, he about to, and then you see him. It's just like, dude, why would you go out there and say that to that man, knowing that that's how you fight? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's a super hype train. And I ain't saying that they all the way that extreme, but it's when you see him fight, the underwhelming effect that you see. You just like, dog, that's how that man was really talking. And that's how he really fight. Even though he might be good on some fights, he's not at least since he switched weight classes, and we went over this and scored a fight. Since he switched weight classes, he ain't knocked nobody out, not one person. So, but he talked like he said we got the joint. He got the joint in the interview. He said, you know what I'm saying? He got baddies. He got baddies. That's what the man said in the interview. He got baddies. You would think this man is Stone Cold Killer, and it just wasn't that. He talked like Tyson, but fight like I couldn't even say De La Hoya. Fight like I don't know. It ain't Tyson.
Yeah, hey man, I don't think that's the case though, man.
It's a hype.
You gotta think about it like this. You gotta think about it like this. These people have all been successful everywhere they've been. You know?
Dog. Let me say this. Okay. Let me say this. If we lose to Tampa Bay week 1,
That's Tampa Bay. That's the playoff team.
You're gonna see them true colors from the fans. You're gonna see them true colors of how they really feel.
But let's be real.
They're gonna be saying same old. Tell me I'm lying.
That's a playoff team, bro.
I get it. Even if the logic say you probably shouldn't beat that team. The fan base here is extreme. If we lose to Tampa Bay week 1, it's going to be a lot of fans that say this was all hype. This was not, especially if we lose by 10 or more points. It's going to be a lot of fans that say,
You went out there for a minute. Yeah, you broke up a little bit, but I heard the end of that.
yeah, if there was much talking, then you don't have to worry about that. That's not something that you really have to worry about. But I'm just saying from my perspective, it is a lot of hype and it might not be intentional. I don't really think it's intentional on their part. I think they really just be answering the questions honestly. But they got to be conscious about this fan base. They're gonna take things way too far. You got targets all over you. The media is involved. This media don't know how to think sometimes. They just want a story. It's a lot of elements at play, man. That I'm not sure Dan Quinn and Adam Peters is aware of. That's all I'm saying. I'm not sure they are aware of it. They have to win, and they have to win early, based on what they're saying themselves. Y'all don't feel that way?
A little bit. I think they got to win, but I don't think that it's to the point where, like, it's like if you don't win right now, that you are, like you're getting out of there. That ain't the case.
Let me ask y'all. First five games, right? Let's take the first 5 games. What record do y'all see it? Do y'all think if it is this record that the fan base would effectively get the luncheon, meaning in a negative way? I think
if they look like they looked last year,
if you start off 1-3, you're in trouble. I think fan base wise.
I don't think the record. We got a pretty difficult schedule starting off, and I'm not saying that it's not a winnable schedule either. What I'm saying is that I think that the record is least important more than the way that we play. The way that we play, like we lose, let's say we lose those games special team wise. Yes, the team will be blamed for not getting a kicker and things of that sort. But the fan base won't go so crazy if we're competing in the games.
I don't know. I disagree.
I don't think that the team get out of character because, again, first of all, it's 17 games. It's a long season. Not to mention that as long as we win the first division game, which I think is probably the more important game of the early games, That Ravens game, I believe, is important, or the Browns. Like you have to win one of the two of those games, in my opinion, just to have that extra game edge on the division. Because again, the rest of our division has to play these teams. Some of the teams in our division has to play these teams later on in the year. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on which one of those teams are clicking at the time. For me, I just feel like if we were, let's just say we started 0-4, but we lost each game by a field goal. You know what I'm saying? The fan base is going to be upset that we 0-4, but there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to look at and say that, okay, with a couple of things, or if the coaching staff can get on board, if whatever is going wrong can be fixed, if it's the offensive line, whatever the case may be. Again, if it's something that you have to fix, or it's something that's been a problem over the course of some time, that's what you have a coaching staff for. They've got to be able to fix some of those things before it's too late. 4 games in the season isn't too late, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's still 3 more quarters of a season to go, and you still got that extra game at the end of the year, which has made a difference in the last year. You know what I'm saying? Since they've added it. So you may have to have one of those LeVar Arrington 0-5 comeback seasons. But even for that team, and that would be my example. That 0-5 team, when we started off, when we had LeVar Arrington and we ended up winning 8 games that year. You know what I'm saying? Like, that team started off really bad. And the fan base did give them heck for it, but they didn't stay. They weren't they weren't against them. They were still on their team. And like I said, I think it's because of the way that they lost. Like, they weren't losses where it was like unforgivable. Maybe one of those, Jones, if I'm not mistaken, was bad, but you got the win against the Bears. Once you got the close win against the Bears, like, everything seemed to change, or at least start going our way a little bit. And sometimes you just need stuff like that to happen. Not necessarily the losses, but sometimes you just need something that's going to change and get those, you know what I'm saying, wins in the building. Now, again, for me, I believe that Tampa Bay, before you play the Giants, is probably the easiest of the first 3 or 4 games. You know what I'm saying? Because of who we have to play. And matter of fact, I think the Cardinals, if we got the Cardinals, if we don't got the Cardinals, then I believe it's the Bucks being the easiest of the first few games, because I know we got the Ravens or the Browns somewhere in the beginning part and stuff like that. And again, which are playoff teams, but injuries happen, just like they cross fingers, hope we don't get injured. Injuries happen all across the league, so we don't know how healthy these players are going to be, or teams are going to be. We don't know whether these teams are going to have it all together or not, whether they're going to be playing bad. Like, who's to say that even though the Ravens got who they got, that they're going to be playing good at that time of the year? You know what I'm saying? They could have a bad beginning to the season, you know what I'm saying, just because of, chemistry or things, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Who's to say? Neither here nor there. I'm just saying, for us, I believe if our team wins if we lose the first game to the Bucks, you're gonna have a bunch of people who are going to assume that we're gonna lose the next few games against those other playoff teams. You know what I'm saying? But assuming isn't us going on the field and, you know what I'm saying, playing. And it's going to have to be changes that are made if those are the cases. But I don't think this is a team that's incapable of that. I think our coaching staff is pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, their resume has given me confidence to say that they've been through majority of the scenarios that I would assume would make it difficult for us to be able to get back.
Okay, I agree, but this is a prime example. After the first game last year against the Cardinals, which was a win, we had several comments, but I'm just going to read one of them. We were expecting to blow them out, which was the Cardinals, which is never great for us. We always are getting full of ourselves. This is humbling. After this game, we need work. We need to work some kinks out on offense. We really didn't look complete. But again, this is our first game. That's all. The part of where he said we always getting full of ourselves. They thought they were going to blow the Cardinals out. Fans are sitting there complaining because, of course, Dobbs started for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was out. Everybody thought this was just a shoe-in win for Washington, which they did win. They won by 4. However, we always think that this team is better than what we actually are. And I'm just saying that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn ain't helping right now with that.
Dobbs was better than what people thought, though.
No. I'm not saying it's that as far as the other game. I mean, as far as the game itself, I'm just saying
Yeah,
it's our mentality.
I agree with V. I agree with V on that though.
I'm
Dobbs
saying
was,
as far as our mentality as a fan base, we always get full of ourselves.
But we
And that's
wasn't.
what I'm saying.
I don't think we were like, other than Bieniemy being the offensive coordinator. What was the exciting change about last year? Sam Howell being the quarterback.
It was just a lot. It was a lot of
It
comment.
wasn't no.
No, hold on. I don't think it was about the excitement for last year. I think it was more about the Cardinals not having their starting quarterback, us having our starting quarterback. A lot of people thought that was an easy win, and it really wasn't.
But why would now, between me and you, for people that watch the game, watch the team, we've been doing this for a long time. To be honest, outside of our fan base just being crazy for some of them, why would we expect to blow them out though? Why would we think that we were that good that we were
Because
about to blow
the press on the Cardinals was they were tanking. Because I mean, that was the press on the Cardinals.
But
Doing
tanking doesn't mean giving up. Like we
it.
look like we gave up, but
Right.
everybody's tanking looks different. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's true.
I'm just saying that I get it, and I do get what you're saying. I'm just saying more so like the Cardinals weren't a pushover as far as with Dobbs at quarterback. As much as people may have expected that we should have beat them because Dobbs is the quarterback. Dobbs has been a starter in the NFL. Little do people know when he was with Pittsburgh. And outside of not keeping the job there because they were going in different directions, he's an NFL pro. We watched over the last 2-3 seasons all types of quarterbacks who weren't starters and all of this come in and play for teams and get wins. DeVito with the Giants should have never beat the Washington team ever. There's no way in the world he was supposed to win, and yet he did.
Vegas.
I won't disagree with you all the way. I'm just saying that things that don't seem possible sometimes just happen to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that though. That wasn't supposed to happen. But good old Vegas sometimes. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. We got to be very careful about how we.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ro. We got to be careful. We got to be super careful.
I don't think be careful. You want to know why I don't think be careful? Because while you was quiet, you was still trash.
That's true.
Had something to say. Be prideful of be happy about the work that you're putting in. Again, let's also reiterate something that was said in the interview. The reason why that they feel like they're slightly ahead of what they can do right now is because a lot of people, most of the team, showed up during the first part of OTAs, which no other team in the NFL had veterans out. Well, no, I ain't gonna say no other team. Majority of the other teams didn't have veterans come out. They had the rookies coming out. They had a couple of veterans at a couple of positions come out, but they didn't have their whole team. And if they did have the veterans come out, their veterans didn't dress. Our team was dressed. Like McLaurin came out. I don't think he was there, but maybe 1 or 2 times. But again, he came out dressed when he came out. He took reps with a rookie quarterback, and he's in his 6th year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I think it's a lot to be proud about as far as just what the team is, the effort that they're even putting in to be a better football team. I just have to say that I appreciate it over the times when I can remember that they just weren't putting that effort in.
And agree. I agree. I like it. I just think that they have to win. And I think that if this starts out bad, I think the avalanche is going to happen fast. That's just me. If it starts out bad, I think the avalanche is gonna come down that hill. It's gonna come down that hill fast too. That's just my opinion. So that's why they gotta start fast. I'm warning them. They gotta start fast. This fan base ain't gonna have no patience with them. I just don't see it happening. You know, and honestly, the way that our GM and our coaches talking, they talking like this is a shoo-in. Nobody is saying, we just gonna go out here, do what we, what I'm saying, put together our thing, and then hopefully the chips fall in our favor. I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing we got this. Our men gonna be ready. Y'all need to be ready because we gonna be ready. That's what I'm hearing.
See, that's wild. That you sound like you are a fan as well, and you sound like that. That's crazy.
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm just
crazy.
saying. They gonna have to cash up these checks. These checks is big, boy. These checks is big, boy. They
But
go
that's
get back.
what I'm saying though, bro. Like
You know
if
what
they
I'm
come
saying?
out and they're ready, like you know what I'm saying, like how upset can you be about them if they come out and they're ready to play football?
I can't. I would eat everything I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It disappears from me. But if they look bad, bro, I'm gonna talk about them bad. I'm gonna replay the interview. Y'all, I'm calling Dan Quinn a scam artist. I'm
Oh
gonna
man.
have to get it in a little bit because I
I'm
mean,
just saying, if he wins, are you going to be equally as enthusiastic?
absolutely. No, absolutely. You knew what you was doing, Slim. I'm gonna tell you, to be honest with you, Dan Quinn do sound like he got a plan. He know everything he want to do. Like they ask him the questions, he ain't hesitating. He ain't stumbling over his words. None of that. He do look like he sound like he know exactly what he wants to do. What went wrong in other places. He sound like he's really trying to fix his and right his wrongs. I dig it. But you can't tell everybody, bro. You just can't. You just can't tell everybody, bro. Bro, some things you got to hold to that self. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to. I'm just trying to get why we got to know. Why we got to know, Dad? Why?
See why we got to know.
Oh man.
Damn, Dad, just call something. That was a 31-minute interview of him just talking about, we want to play fast. We punching people in the mouth, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Was that how you want him talking to his team?
To the team. Not to the reporters. You get what I'm saying?
But the team gonna hear the interviews and stuff too. The team, you want the team that's remember what I told you when we was coaching together. You want the team is going to take on the attitude of the coach. You know what I'm saying? And again, for so long, this team has been the please be quiet. You ain't got nothing to talk about. Y'all should shut up. Y'all suck. So ain't nobody got nothing to say. You just got pride talking. You got Chase Young sticking his chest out and talking, but with pride. And I'm not knocking you and pride, but when you ain't got no resume of winning, it's hard to have pride. And so I'm saying that the coach is the one with the winning resume. Even though he ain't got the Super Bowl, he got a winning resume. He do got a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? And he has a winning resume as well. Guess what? When I did it on my own as a head coach, I was this close to adding that as a part of my winning resume. But what I can say is that I took a team to the Super Bowl with Matt Ryan, mind you. Okay? Yeah. Matt Ryan. All right. Now, not that Matt Ryan's bad, but Matt Ryan's comparable to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, you're right. It's just, that's why I'm saying, even though he's just probably just speaking generally and really telling the truth about how he feel, I get it. But he just got to be careful here because, again, our fan base can go way overboard. He lose a couple of games. You behind on the 8 ball a little bit. The fans start acting a little weird, talking crazy and bringing stuff up in the media. And it could go left quick when you're writing big checks. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think it's Ron Rivera. That's why I'm a stand behind that and say that I don't think that this is Ron Rivera. And I believe that this coach is different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that he's undefeated and he can't be beat or nothing like that. That's unrealistic. But what I will say is that I don't think that the ship goes wrong for too long without him finding a way to right it.
Right. Okay. I can live with that. But at the same time, I'm just saying, Dan, if you hear me, Dan, hold something, baby. Don't give it all away. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta prove nothing to us. That's all I'm saying too. You don't have to prove nothing to us. Let your football do some of this extra talking about this, that, and let that kind of prove it to us. You don't have nothing, and that goes for the whole team. We get it. Y'all ain't been the best. It feels good energy. It's all y'all want to dance and party. It's all good. Do that. But at the same time, no people are listening to the things you say, and they're going to hold you accountable. This fan base is going to hold you accountable. You know, this fan base. If you look at this right now, this stream of that interview got 23,000 hits. 23,000 hits and it was done 16 hours ago. 23,000 hits. So we got a fan base. That's people who watch the press conference. So imagine what the numbers is on who watches the games. This is a training camp press conference. This ain't even a real deal. This is a training camp press conference. So imagine when the games come about. You know what I mean? People gonna be holding him. I mean, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. And I just don't want them to add any pressure. You know. I guess we'll do Terry McLaurin and then go on to final thoughts. Well, at least we can hear what Scary Terry got to say. But again, maybe Josh Hurst told them to help sell the product. You know, maybe he said, look, your only job ain't to go out here and coach. Your job is to sell too. Use a salesman at the end of the day too. So come on now. You better make sure we got some behinds in the seats. I ain't bring you here to just coach. I brought you here to sell too. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's it. Maybe he's under instructions to do this.
Hey man, go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying. Maybe he's been ordered. He's been ordered. Look, bro, you need to be a little bit more enthusiastic in the interviews, baby. You know.
I think that would be Adam Peters' job more than it is Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, Peter. Maybe it is Peter's job. And Quinn just said, "Forget it. I'm gonna take it upon myself to, to do the most." You know what I'm saying?
The man is just speaking with confidence, like he should. He's the head coach. He the leader of the team. You know what I mean? He's supposed to go out there and speak confidently. Because if he don't, then his team is going to sense that. His team is going to hear it. You know?
No, I'm with him speaking confidently, but I mean, you writing. It's a difference between speaking confidently and writing checks. You know what I'm saying? Writing checks. He writing a couple checks. Maybe not. I don't know though. I see some big checks. I ain't gonna lie. So let's see what Scary Terry got, man, for us. Let's see what we got our Scary Terry.
Hopefully, I'm looking forward to that. Definitely.
Terry, you mentioned just working on the timing with Jaden. That's just be a process. Today, you guys were focusing on the red zone.
Yeah.
Obviously, from a timing perspective, not a lot of space down there. That's got to be key. How do you build on that, specifically the red zone with a new quarterback?
Definitely. I think red zone can be difficult for offenses sometimes because you don't have as much room to operate, and the defense has the back end line as another defender versus when you're kind of out by the opposite 40 or you have more field to work with. So the spacing and timing is even more paramount when you're in the red zone. And so that's why you have to really be detail oriented and where your splits are as receivers, tight ends, all skill positions, and the depths of your route. You don't want to be in someone else's space when you're running your route. And so, him and I connected on a hitch route, which could kind of be tough, down in the red zone because, again, they have that backline defender. So some DBs are not even worried about you running that far or they have enough makeup speed to get there. So my objective in that situation is try to make that DB feel my speed and kind of get a quick release. And I think what he talked about after that was really important, where even if that DB may be playing in your back hip, like ball placement is very key in those situations. And I think he did a great job. You want to try to leave that ball either low and away or high on my outside shoulder so I can, even if it's a bang play, I have a chance to get it versus you leave the ball inside, then it could get a little muddy. So he just has a natural feel for that. And you can see it by the way he operates, but also by his actions as well. And, it's not always going to be perfect, but just to have that mindset, I'm expecting that now. So when I come out my routes, I have a good idea where he's going to put it.
Terry, some of us have covered this organization for an awfully long time.
Mm-hmm.
You have been through a couple of different administrations.
Yeah.
Yes, Keim, you've been here 40 years. I get it. How different is the field? Not just day one here, but through veteran mini camps, because we kind of feel like there's a different vibe.
Yeah.
We've said it before, but the word's different. But for you, having experienced it, how different is it?
Definitely. I've experienced a lot in my going on 6 years here, and I could just at least speak to just this year. And I feel like the continuity from the top down is very clear what the objective is. bringing in good people who are really good at their job and are going to be competitors in what they do and bring their best selves to the building each and every day. I think that started from Mr. Harris and the ownership group, and I think that goes down to AP and DQ and our coordinators and the leaders on this team and our position coaches. So when you have that one voice, that one mission, I think it makes it very clear what the expectation is. And there's not a lot of deviation from that, because if you want to be a part of this team and this organization, you have to fit that mold or you probably won't be here. But I think the great thing about it is there's no favoritism. There's no, well, because you did this here or because, you know, you had this season last year. Like, we got guys and coaches from all over the place. But one thing they have is we have a lot of guys with experience, leadership, championship pedigree, and who are competitors who want to come in and make this organization better and win together. And I think you can feel that juice. And then when you have the opportunity just to come out here and compete, that's what you love to do. You don't have to really focus on a lot of the off-field stuff we may have had, but you get to focus on football and how you get better and try to earn your spot on this team. So it's been really fun getting to know the guys. Like I said a few times, like even the first few days in the spring, we really didn't even talk a lot of football. We just got to know each other, which is new. You know what I mean? We've even mixed up the locker room where I'm sitting next to Forbes and some of the linemen, and usually you stay with your position group. But I think it helps just that continuity process a little quicker, where you have those moments to spend time with guys you may not spend time with otherwise because they're not in your position room. So I could just tell we have a group of guys that are gelling well and enjoy spending time with one another, and also like the grind. And we set standards before ourselves as a team where that's what you have to hold up to if you want to be a part of this team. And I think that's great because it holds everybody accountable. Then it's on myself and it's on the other guys to hold each other accountable into that standard. As long as that doesn't deviate, then you have a good chance to have success. Mm-hmm.
Along those same lines, you guys got together in the off season or in that off period in Oregon and through with the quarterbacks and receivers. Is that something where you guys are able to get in some real football work, or is that more about continuing that relationship building? And as you get out here to camp, do you feel kind of the cohesiveness from doing that kind of thing? Yeah,
actually, I didn't get the chance to make it out there. I had a family obligation, but I was in communication with Marcus and everybody who was there, and we got a chance to really connect while we were here. And in the offseason, I've been a part of those throwing sessions. And it's definitely a part of the timing and the work, but it's more so about hanging out, get to know each other on a different level, and just enjoying your downtime together before we get going for a long season. So I think the great thing about it, when you have situations like that, where it's a time to really build with one another, but also get to know each other. And I think the great thing about this year is we really did a lot of that in the spring. Like, I got to play a lot of golf with Marcus and Zach Ertz, and inviting guys who have never golfed before, and guys are in there playing ping pong and cornhole. And I sometimes look in the locker room, I'm like, man, like, we've been done for an hour and guys are still in there hanging out. You know what I mean? So I think that continuity really just goes a long way, and it helps with the timing as well. So obviously now that we're here, we'll get plenty of reps and have time to talk about it in the film room, but that off-season time is definitely important as well.
Terry, you spoke about leadership. Right on the team. And it really wasn't that long ago that you were new to the team. What's it like now to fill that role as a leader and know that that's just as important as what you're doing on the field as well in your position?
100%. I think I would like to think I've been blessed with a leadership skill set that sometimes I kind of shied away from when I was a little younger, whether I was in college or even high school, or even earlier in my career. I was just always a leader by example, which I think is great. I think, I just wanted to be somebody who was on time, who was accountable, did what I was supposed to do. And you could look at me as an example, not that I'm perfect, but I just try to do things the right way. I try to be a pro. I try to set a good example for myself and my teammates. And as time has grown and you grow that respect, you have a little success. Guys want to hear from you more. And I never wanted to be the type of vocal leader where I was someone who was just like a dictator or tearing guys down or just telling them what to do. But I think it's just more so speaking to the accountability aspect, where you see guys maybe necessarily not doing what we set out to do or the standards that we set, you kind of check them on that. But I think that the awareness that we all have is not coming from a place of anger or a place of frustration. It's coming from a place of accountability. And we've all, had a pledge with one another. We're not going to take that personally. And so for myself, I just tried to put myself in a situation where I speak up a little bit more. But even when I don't want to talk so much where it kind of just gets drowned out. I want to be someone where I say something, it's meaningful, it's impactful. And I think I've learned that happy middle, and I think it helps a lot when you have a lot of other leaders around, because I've learned from Zach, I've learned from Bobby Wagner, DQ sets a great example, and so you feel like that the weight of leadership doesn't fall all on you, but at the same time, I know what I bring to the table as a player and a leader, and I just try to set that standard. So, I really try to hold myself to a standard where not perfection, but on and off the field, I'm leading in a way that guys want to follow you. You know what I mean? And it's not just by your play, is how you communicate with them. I try to get to know the guys on the team, know about their families and things like that. So that's just that personal relationship goes a long way when it comes to leadership, because when you say something, they have more of a respect because they know where you're coming from.
Along the lines of that, as far as newness and energy and leadership, DQ, Adam Peters, everything is new for them. How important is it when they lean on you guys, you and Jonathan, as the veterans have been here, to kind of get together and kind of get on the same page? Well, as you mentioned, though, but not playing favoritism to anybody else.
I think we have just the experience of being in this area. I think we've really helped guys being able to, hey, you need a place to stay, you need a realtor, you need a body work person. Just that aspect of it where you're trying to get guys acclimated just to being in a new place. And I think John and I and Payne and a lot of other guys who've been here for a while, Tress and Revo, and we have we've had a lot of experience in this area. And honestly, we've had experience of some good and some bad. And I think the good thing about it is AP and DQ didn't really come in with really focus on what happened last year or the old regime. It was just, how do we move forward? How do we build an identity for this Commanders team? And they really allowed us to take the keys to the car and set standards for ourselves. Like, sure, there's expectations that they expect as a player and as a person, but whether it was through the team building activities that we had or just, writing a pledge as a team and letting the leaders run that. Like, it was literally our words, our sentiments, our accountability, and it's up to us to hold up to that standard. I think it's great that we have a group of guys with a lot of experience like that. And we know that it's going to pay dividends if we continue to hold ourselves accountable in that way. So it's been cool to, have a breath fresher air where, it just feels like a new start for everybody.
What was the pledge you guys wrote?
I'll probably try to keep most of it within our team, but it was essentially along the lines of just what we're going to commit each and every day when we come out to this football field. Not only what we're going to do on the field, but off the field. How we're going to prepare our bodies, how we're going to prepare our minds, how we're going to hold each other accountable when those things may slip. And I think one of the things that stands out the most is just, like I kind of touched on, is you can't take that personally. I think we're all competing for jobs. We're competing for respect. We're competing for some guys' contracts. So everybody has an individual aspect to it. But when you bring the team, you put the team first and you put it in writing, it forces you to be accountable, honestly, because it's like, well, I agree to that. I may have signed that, or I was part of putting those words together. So if I'm not out there upholding, whether it's finishing, whether it's taking care of my body, being accountable, like, how can I expect our rookies to? And so I think that puts a good amount of accountability and pressure on our leaders, but also it forces the young guys and the guys who may, be here for a year, whatever. It's just, there's one voice and one sound that the team came up with outside of the expectation of the coaches or the organization, which I think is extremely powerful. I haven't really experienced anything necessarily like that, where the guys have come up with something like that. And it was just really cool to see everybody's ideas and how they view leadership, how they view team building, and what's important to having success. And obviously we know that it doesn't mean anything if we don't live up to those standards, which that's part of the pledge, but also, the wins and losses are a big part of that as well. And, but I think that's obviously the big picture, the wins and the losses. That's why we're all here, to win. But, there's things underneath winning and losing that contribute to winning and losing, if that makes sense. And I feel like there's a very, very clear set of standards that we've put forward.
When the quarterbacks split first team reps, does that affect a receiver's ability to build a rapport?
I don't really think so. And I guess I'm unique in that way because I play with multiple guys. So I've been able to, adapt. And I think it just forces everybody to communicate a little bit more. Marcus may see something different than Jaden, something different than Sam, something different than Jeff. And I think the main aspect is we come out here knowing what we're doing, executing Cliff's offense, executing the depths, executing the timing and the spacing of each concept. And I think as long as guys come out here prepared, studying when we're not in the building and taking notes while we're in the film room, just naturally you're going to have a standard of what it's supposed to look like. But then the nuances of offense and football, like there's going to be a little difference in what each quarterback does. And I think that's where the communication comes in. But Marcus has been around for a very long time. He's won games. He did great in college. So he just has a natural maturity and feel about football that brings a calm to our offense that I think is extremely needed. And, you know, Jaden with his just natural ability, and not only that, his work ethic is very strong, and he wants to be great. And not only that, he's very personable, and he wants the guys around him to have fun. So you got a good mix of a quarterback room where there's no ego. You know, I mean, guys are competing. They want to put their best foot forward, but they're all trying to make plays and do what's best for the team. It's been really fun working with everybody, and I know we're going to continue to build on the things that we've done so far. Thanks, Derek. No problem. Appreciate you guys. Good to see you.
Now,
Yes, sir.
Wow, so I'm eligible for 5G home internet with no exploding bills? What's the catch?
Can we
No
get, can we
catch.
get that
I'm not
cut
sure there's
off? Yeah, there we go.
all right, there we go. That was Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin. What y'all think about that interview?
I think that was a good interview. I think Terry's starting to show his leadership, you know, and I think that's very important because the more and more he ages and the more he becomes that veteran, you know, he wants to be able to, you know, be the veteran. He wanted to be the veteran guy on the team. And so, you know, him saying, look, whenever everybody's been coming to town and we've been really helping everybody, you know, the guys that's been here has been really helping everybody, you know, get more acclimated to the town. You know, that's a beautiful thing. I think
Okay.
that is a very beautiful thing.
Okay. Who else? Somebody else got something on Terry on that Terry interview?
He just seconded the part where I was just like, he came in early, you know what I'm saying, to take reps with the quarterback. I think that's good veteran leadership. I like that he points out certain things that Quinn and those guys have, you know what I'm saying, that they're doing as far as letting guys hang with different guys in their groups. Because I'm definitely privy to seeing that happen before, as far as guys staying in their own respective groups and stuff like that. So to get to know the team outside of just your player groups is good. It does build a certain camaraderie, certain type of trust between you and your guys. So I like that, you know what I'm saying? Again, consummate veteran, just speaking on the things that he has to improve on or the things that he'd like to do this season, the way that the coaches and everything is being, you know, presented and everything. It just sounds good. It sounds like he's ready to play football, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all. I'm gonna tell you, I like the Terry McLaurin interview, and that's more along the lines of what I want to hear out of our coaches. I mean, I'm not knocking the coaches, but he didn't really declare anything. He just said, "This is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to do. Hopefully, it works out." You know what I'm saying? It's no that and I think that's because he does have experience here, and he know how we go, so he knows not to even say nothing that might insinuate. Like I said, that might write a check. You know what I mean? You know, so I like that interview. I liked his approach to the interview. I like the words he chose and the way he said a lot of things because I didn't hear any declarations. Oh, we're going to no, we trying to work on this. We see if it work out, if you know, and see how it go. You know, these are the things that I do personally in order to help guys out. Some of it works out, and you notice he said some of it don't. Some of it don't. So I just like that approach to Terry McLaurin's interview. Let me ask y'all: if you're Terry McLaurin, right? Do you go to the coaching staff at some point, and do you say, "Listen, I'm trying to take this up another notch. I done 1,000 yeah."
Yes. Before you even finish, yes, I am Terry because I feel like the Brandon Ayuk stuff is a bit disrespect to Terry. That's just my personal opinion. Maybe Terry don't feel that way, but Terry is the guy here, right? And my opinion is if Brandon Ayuk's talking like we don't got a guy, you know, that's like total disrespect of what Terry's done in his league. You know what I mean? So if I'm Terry, I'm here to show I'm one of these top guys. I should be one of those top 5, top 10 guys in the league.
Yes. I don't think Ayuk saying that. I don't think that that's the noise that's coming out from the Ayuk situation. But I do think that Ayuk is trying to land on a team, and today in this day and era with LeBron James, and picking your team or picking your teammates and stuff like that, players they teetering on the thin line of tampering or whatever the case may be. But if that's allowed for him to be able to try to push his point or push where his narrative where he would like to go at, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the only thing that's, to me, the issue with IU would be the price point. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't about the price point, it was just about somewhere to play and him wanting to play with Jaden Daniels, I think it'd be fine. I just don't feel like paying 30 million for I'm not even going to name the receivers that I've seen so far, but there's at least 3 or 4 receivers that are coming out in the next 2 to 3 years that if we are bad at any point, or if we would like to make a trade with any of the picks that we aren't trading away, which I think is smart, we don't need a $30 million quarterback. We need our quarterback to develop and understand this league and be able to play in this league. If it's about friendships, then we'd see so many other duos and combos. You'll make your favorite target right now should be Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If someone's going to be your favorite target, let them be drafted. Let them not be Brandon Ayuk, because to me, Brandon Ayuk is not a burner. He's not going to tear a hole in your secondary or something like that. He's not tall over the average receiver where I feel like he's going to win those Santana Moss-esque or Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss type of jump balls. And it's not that he can't do this. I am not saying that he can't do it. He's really good at what he does. And I just don't know how. Again, it's all about system. It's all about how we're gonna run our system. And I feel like if you add Ayuk right now, it's only gonna add to the media circus that we already talked about having here. I think it's gonna be a bigger distraction, whether it's a good piece or not, because anything that goes wrong, that's going to be added to. Is this the problem? Did Ayuk coming cause this, or is there an issue between Ayuk and McLaurin? And like you said, the point of having to win. If they get Ayuk, then there's a must win on game 1, 2, game 3, game 4. Like, you got to beat the Ravens all of a sudden. Like, a team that's one game away from the Super Bowl, you automatically have. You kind of broke up there on me, V.
Yeah, I think we might have lost V. Yeah, it'll be instant pressure just to take over what V was saying. I think it'll be instant pressure. Well, let's get V back in. Oh, there you go. Oh, he came back. He dropped back out. Yeah, I think there will be instant pressure, instant, unnecessary, unadulterated pressure. If you get Brandon Ayuk, the media circus is coming with that too. I believe. Let's get me back on, man. Yeah, I think the media circle is coming with that. Oh, yeah, we got you back, V.
Yes, sir.
No, what was you saying? We went out at when the part where you was like the media circus with Brandon.
Yeah, no. Yeah. With Ayuk, the media circus would just it would mess up the whole season, because, like I said, even if you went 4-1 with Ayuk, if you went on the 3-game losing streak, just and these are just if we drunk enough of them, we'd be drunk. But these are just ifs. But if Ayuk came and we 4-1, and then you lose 3 games in a row, it's just all the media is gonna cover. They're not gonna cover. It could be that we miss the field goal kicker could miss 3 kicks for us to lose those games. It's gonna be all about Ayuk and whether it messed up the chemistry or did we do it too soon. Hey, the Redskins now gonna have to spend $30 million next year. Did they blow the cap that they needed to be able to get this or get that. Hey, Bobby Wagner might be wanting to re-sign, but now he can't because the money's gone to. We just don't have time to deal with that. We aren't even good yet. We just got pieces and picked up free agents. Let's just start there.
Right. That's my thing. That's why I say I would want a low. For me, I believe in a low profile, especially in the beginning, because you need time to work out the kinks before you have the added pressure of the national media and all of this and all of that. You really want an opportunity to work out your kinks. You don't want to be expected to win so early because you might not. And if that's an expectation, and we all know that's like if
so let me ask you that real quick. Do you expect this team to win?
No.
With what they've done in the offseason so far, do you expect what they are putting on the field? Do you expect them to win?
No, not until I see it. I gotta see it first.
No. I say expect. Not just off expectation. I'm not talking about what you think is going to happen or what you know. Because again, I'm with you.
I expect this team to at least go 9-8. I felt like last year was a purposeful tank season, and I felt like they were better. And we argue this all the time. You always say they wasn't. I felt like they were better than what they put on the field last year. I felt like it was some sort of tank induced. So that's why I feel like this year they should be back to where that they were 8-1 before last year. I feel like they were closer to that than they were the 4-13. So I expect them to get at least back to 8-1, 9-1, 9-8, 8. I don't want no 8-1, 9-8 or better.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's not a bad expectancy.
Yeah, right. So that's
now.
And when you look at the schedule, right, you really don't know, right? But you can look at the schedule. You look at the schedule based on last year. It's not a tough schedule. You got Atlanta. You got Chicago on there who thumped you at home. I don't think that y'all were as bad as what you showed against Chicago. I think you should really be on get back in that game. You got the Giants twice. That's 4 wins right there. If you just talking schedule, you got the Panthers 5. So the schedule ain't hard based on last year.
I think that Panthers game is one of those sleeper games though, and that Atlanta game because we've played Atlanta well in the past, but it depends on how we stop the run. If we can stop the run, then Atlanta shouldn't be as difficult, even with Kirk Cousins being the quarterback, because we should be able to get some pressure on them. But that Panthers game, and it just depends on when they come up on the. When do we play the Panthers? After who? Or before?
I think that's first half of the season. I think that's like week 9, but I'll put it up to no exactly. There's like week 9. It is. We played them October 20th, so that is right after the Ravens.
Okay. Who's after them?
After the Panthers, it's the Bears.
So we got to. So those are 2 games that you're gonna want to get back if you lose. If you lose to the Ravens, if you beat the Ravens, you're gonna want to beat them just to keep momentum.
But it's not a hard schedule when you look at it. It's Cardinals, Browns, Ravens. Those are 2 tough games. Browns and Ravens back to backs, 2 tough games. Then you got the Panthers, Bears, and Giants. So even in that, let's say you lose 2, you still got 4 wins on the board, winnable game.
Bro, they be kicking.
Cardinals, Panthers, Bears, Giants. 4 very winnable games based on last year. So that's
you gotta throw in 5 more. If you won 1-1 with the Eagles and the Giants and the Cowboys.
You got the Titans, then you got the Falcons. That's 7. This is not a schedule.
The Falcons you already counted.
Oh no, I didn't. Nah, not in that 5. They wasn't in that 5. No, that's 4. That makes 6. Them other 2 are right. That makes 4. That's 6. Yeah. So the Falcons, that's 6.
You gonna have to beat at least 2 playoff teams, or you gonna have to beat your division somebody. You gonna have to beat somebody twice.
You still got the Bengals. They wasn't a playoff team last year.
Nah, but if Joe Burrows is healthy, Joe Burrows.
You got them early though. You got them early. He might not all the way be his best self.
True.
You got them early. Then you got the Saints late. So if you take them 2 out, that's 6. That's 8.
Now you're gonna have to win. You're gonna have to win.
It's on the division now.
Yeah.
It's not the Giants. That's saying that you swept the Giants.
Yeah.
So you still got to deal with the Cowboys and Eagles. You're gonna have to.
You got to sweep one of them. Yeah. Unless you beat one of those other playoff teams, the Browns or the Ravens early.
Or you could sweep the Giants and go 1-for-1 with them each. That'll make you 4-2 in the division.
I really feel like you gotta. Oh no, we ain't. Did we say the Bucks?
We didn't say the Bucks. We didn't say the Bucks at all. We didn't say
that's your 9. That's your 9 right there. Without sweeping the division.
Yeah. So the schedule's not hard. They could effectively really take advantage of this schedule. I feel like what is a favorable schedule based on nobody knows what they're running offensively or defensively. So I think this is a favorable schedule. The bad thing about the schedule is Dallas and the Eagles both get a chance to see what you're running by the time the divisions games, their games happen late in the season.
Yeah.
So they'll have a lot of film. So those games are dangerous. But I do think that Jaden Daniels has to make the playoffs this year. If he plays the whole season, of course. If they have and if he goes down during the season.
That's hard to say for a number 2 pick that goes to the playoffs. Like that's tough.
9-8 gets you in the playoffs.
Maybe. It depends on what the other teams in your division do.
It's rare. Now,
the Cowboys and the Eagles both had 10 wins or better last year. So that's what I'm saying. That might keep you out if other teams, you know what I'm saying, are doing better in other divisions.
I agree.
But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say they at least just got to be 9-8. Even if you don't make the playoffs, if you at 9-8, I think not making the playoffs would be catastrophic for this team this year. That's me. This is my personal opinion. I think that's why I said a little bit of, if we felt like when you aim high and you tell everybody, now the expectation might raise a little bit. And I think that might have been what happened, because realistically, this team was 4-13 last year. We shouldn't even be talking about none of that. But based on a lot of even if they got the players and did what they did, based on some of the rhetoric, I feel like people are expecting more than maybe they should be. I just think they expect more than they should be. We got final thoughts coming up. Final thoughts. What you guys got on the day, man? We went over the training camp schedule. Had a little bit of Terry McLaurin, Adam Peters, and Dan Quinn. What y'all got for final thoughts?
You want to go first, V, or you want me to go?
Oh yeah, no, we cool. I think the interviews were really great today. I don't know if we talked about the pass to Brian Robinson on Louvu, which was like talked about all over Twitter and the internet today. Jaden Daniels was 3 for 4, I believe, against the starters when he in the 7-on-7. Played pretty well. He did in his backup reps. He was 4 for 4. And hit I want to say McLaurin for a touchdown and Ertz for a touchdown in the red zone drills. The pass that he threw to McLaurin raved about him, like his ball placement, which he spoke about in the interview. But on Twitter, the notion was that the pass was to the outside back leg, and McLaurin gave him credit for the fact that it was the only place that a wide receiver could catch the ball in that situation.
outside of that, McCaffrey had a good practice. I mean, had a good training camp so far, which I thought was good. Need to hear about all of our guys doing well, you know what I'm saying, especially the young ones, because, and even though I think the veterans will have a lot to do with this season, the young guys are going to be a really big intricate part, especially if they're able to perform well early. So today was overall good to me. I like the McLaurin interview. And I like Adam Peters, man. I'm starting to kind of like the guy. He's really excited about his job. And again, he's been around football a long time. And I'm getting more and more excited to be a representative or have a GM represent my team that cares this much about what he's building.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Point, you want to go?
Yeah, for sure. So, I'm gonna be real. My final thought. Let me set up here, make sure this is done the right way. So it's all cool. So, my final thought is that this is just the beginning. Okay. Um, I'm gonna say that I am buying into the hype. You know, I'm putting my bets in on that this isn't hype, but this is projection. Okay. I like what Adam Peters and Dan Quinn has done so far. I like the fact that they speak confidently as if they have an expectation of results. I really, 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 really enjoyed listening to how these guys are operating right now. Because in the past, we had a bunch of guys that's, oh, we'll see. I don't have the same sentiment as Ro, where it's like, nah, I want them to speak confidently. That's a whole new regime with a whole new quarterback, with a whole new head coach, with a whole new GM, with a whole new front staff, with a whole new defense. This whole new everything. Come in the door confident. And that's what I like to hear. I don't want them coming in saying, well, maybe we don't know, we will see, and all of that. No, I want them coming in saying, we are here to make our footprints known. That is what I like to hear. So that is my final thought on Workhorse Wednesday, Point D. It's been great.
Yes, indeed. So
I totally agree.
for me personally, it's okay to be confident, but when we were in school, the guy that was in the hallways screaming about, I'm gonna knock this dude out when we get outside after school, you was hyped to see him. And if he didn't knock him out, it was just, even if he won the fight, it still wasn't the same. People still laughed and said you was gonna knock him out. You ain't knock him out. You won, but you ain't knock him out like you said you was going to do. And that's what I think is a little bit going on here. You know, it's a strong hype train. And again, Point is here for it. You know, me not so much. I would rather play it safe, quiet, and conservative. That's just me though. I just feel like y'all don't need no added pressure. Just winning is enough. So I like the interviews. I like Adam Peters with what he said. I mean, he's not all that creative. To me, he's whatever. But Dan Quinn, I would rather say I like really with Dan Quinn, more or less what Dan Quinn was saying and how Dan Quinn approached it. Now, Peters did say some things. I ain't saying that. But Dan Quinn is more who I liked as far as he understood what he wanted to do. At least I can say that about Dan Quinn. He understands what he wants to do and how he wants to approach it. And so I think you need a little bit of that. You need a little bit of pig-headedness in the process. And I think Dan Quinn is like, okay, I got a plan here. And so I'd rather a man with a plan than a man with no plan. And Dan Quinn definitely has a plan. That much And every interview we just saw with Dan Quinn, at least here on Workhorse Wednesday or Major Mondays, Dan Quinn has been very articulate about how he wanted to approach his system. So he knows what he wants to do, and I can give him that much. And so I that part I did like with Dan Quinn. Terry McLaurin, veteran, still a veteran. I think I would like to see Terry McLaurin has everything. Let's be clear about it. He has the perfect attitude as a veteran. You're seeing the growth in him too. I think he's hit a new stride when it comes to his growth. At least when it comes to his words, him articulating them as well. I think he's hit a new stride. And so I like what we're getting out of Terry McLaurin recently, because I feel like he has assumed a whole new role on the team, which is, he's getting up in his years here. I think it's 5 years, 6 years. So he's starting to be that veteran. But he gonna have, I think, one of those separate yourself from the pack seasons. I don't know if his desire is to be the number one receiver in the NFL. I don't know if his desire is to play on the number one offense in the NFL. So you got to really figure out what Terry wants. I think we would like to see him named with the Tyreek Hills and
Well, he is
Adams. I'm saying, but he hasn't had that one season, that MVP like season yet, and that's what we're waiting to see. I think until you have that, you're not all the way solidified as a receiver, in my opinion. Even if you consistently have 1,000, you need that 1,500. I think you need that, and if you can get multiple ones, you're now super echelons, if that makes any sense. But I think you need that one to really be top 5. And here in Washington, we all would like Terry to be top 5. And I'm not sure he's top 5 yet. But that's how we view him when we talk about Terry McLaurin. And that's out of respect and what we've seen on the field. So he's earned that. But I know we all want to see him in that top level of receivers. So I liked his interview. I like the way he's approaching it now. Solid all the way around the board. He got everything. He's just missing that one season, I think. And boom, it's all good for Terry McLaurin. As far as the training camp in general, again, I'm telling all the fans, hold your money. Let's make sure these guys are who they say they are before you go all out here spending willy-nilly. But as you can see, nobody cares. Everybody has sold it out. They going up there. Fine. But you can't complain too much if they don't win 9 games this year and they only win 5. You did it to yourself. And they did it to you a little bit. That's why I say with the hype train. But you did most of it to yourself. Nobody told you to do that. I'm telling y'all, wait and see. Wait and see. Wait and see. Football is a complicated sport. Y'all, a lot of that, y'all, meaning on the show, but a lot of Redskin fans just think this is peaches and cream. This is going to be a cakewalk. This is going to be easy. Icing and filling. Icing and filling. That's what they think this is going to be. Nah, bro. This is these teams they're not bad teams. All these teams are not teams that you could just cakewalk over. These players are not easy like that. It's not going to be sweet. If y'all think it's going to be sweet, y'all don't know football. Y'all don't know football. And so that's my final thought. If y'all think it's going to be sweet, you don't know football. Do we got to score the fight?
Yeah, not this week. We will be back for next week. I mean, August 3rd. They calling it the best fight card in America, maybe of all time. It's Terrence Bud Crawford, Madrimov. You know what I mean? It's a really big fight for the 154-pound title. And it's going to be a show, man. It's a lot of people on that card. And I just want you guys to come tune in with us August 3rd. But we will be back for Major Mondays. So I want you guys to tune in with us on Major Mondays. And we're going to talk about a little bit of the DC sports, what's going on. And as well as the rest of the sports world as well. Did you hear me? Did y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure, man, because you know how that goes. So, AV, before we go, I got one question for you, man. Got one question for you. Do you think that this is a team that can go to the playoffs this year? Because I'm buying in. I think that we can get playoff this year.
I think that is a good answer. I mean, good question. I think the answer to that question, just like Rose said, reveals and I can see what the team has put together on the field. But if we're going with expect, I'm going to say I'm buying in. I'm only saying that I'm buying in because I really feel like the team is putting in the effort in the offseason to compete. And the league was won by a unathletic. No, that's the wrong word. I don't. That's not the right word. I mean, the Super Bowl was won by a tough-nosed Chiefs team that wasn't at their best offensively, and not just because they didn't have Tyreek Hill. Strategic, very good play calling, knew how to win close games, knew what plays to call in the right situations type stuff. Quarterback plays phenomenal as always. So they have the keys to victory in a sense. But there are also things that I believe our team could do if we were given the opportunity to present some of the mismatches that we can have if Jaden's able to compete at that level. I do think that his weight is a slight concern, but that's just based on assumption and what other people have said. Are there smaller quarterbacks that I could say, well, hey, you know what I'm saying, it gives me confidence to believe that that's going to work out? Not necessarily, but it all depends on what type of quarterback this kid wants to be. Right now in training camp, because there's no reason to run, you know what I'm saying? Everything is kind of presented as if he wants to be a thrower in the NFL. And if that's the case, then I'm all for it. I mean, you're gonna need to win the game. I mean, you're gonna need to win games in this league playing quarterback. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to run every chance that you get, and you're gonna have to be able to make some plays. And if this kid can make plays with his arm as much as his legs are lethal, it's gonna make the use of his legs even more dangerous. You know what I'm saying? So if we can get a mix of that, I am really, really excited about what we have to offer.
All right. I already know Ro ain't buying in, but I think that I'm bought in with you, bro. Like, and I felt the exact same way. I just think that what they did in the off season, we haven't seen anything like that in the NFL, and this may be our chance to take the NFL by storm right here.
Yeah.
So I'm calling it early.
I mean, you don't get every year to get generational talents. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if we talking about, what do you call it, intangibles, like and just the kid's approach. Like if I'm being honest, like his approach is that of a veteran. Like he's literally doing what you would expect. Like the NFL should literally make it mandatory that every NFL rookie come in and do the work that this kid is already showing that he's doing. And does that mean that he's going to go out and be the MVP of this season, First of all, that's saying way too much and asking way too much of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Especially as a rookie. But what it is saying is that I have the confidence as a Terry McLaurin, if I'm speaking like him, I'm having the confidence as a veteran that this kid is willing to do the work that I have not seen in this building for 6 years. He said that. He said that I have not, these are things that I have not seen before. This is an energy that I have not seen before. You know what I'm saying? So for somebody like Terry, who's been a again top 5 wide receiver in terms of having 1,000 yards every year that he's been in the league, you know what I'm saying, or at least over the last 4 seasons. You know what I'm saying? He's had 1,000 yards every single season, and this is with different quarterbacks every single year. So if we can develop some consistency at that one position, he has 2 years left on his contract. Let's just say that he re-signs. If he can finish his career with 4 years of over 1,000 yards every season, this is a Hall of Fame worthy career. And maybe sometimes wide receivers might not be looking to be the number one receiver in the game, but I can make the Hall of Fame just like other wide receivers can make the Hall of Fame within the same era. And I'm going to have to go out and do that, but I need something that's going to help me, which is a quarterback that I can count on being here. And if I can go out and get those reps with a quarterback that is at least showing that he's here to do the work. So as a veteran, let me go and show him that, hey, as a veteran, I'm here to help you if you need the help. But when I go and see as a veteran that this kid is already here, he already knows the playbook that's been asserted for the preseason or the early OTA playbooks. He already has it down pat. He's literally running through these plays as if it's no problem. And to see that for a veteran, you've got to be excited. It's just nothing about that doesn't say I'm excited.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I couldn't agree with you more. All right, that was it. That's it. So we're gonna go ahead and log off, man. Just I wanted to definitely tap in and ask that question because I'm a believer. Sound like Vito's a believer, man. So we're gonna see what goes on in this regular season. All right, this Point B signing out.
Yep, Uptown Vito, I'm out, baby.
Derek, why don't you get into bed? Do you know what time it is? You're gonna get very much rest. You ain't even wash your shirt. It's 3:45.